Test 1 2. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome to the Pembroke Pines City Commission meeting of June 17th, 2026. How fast time flies. Thank you so very much for being here with us today. And Mr. Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Commissioner Good.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Here. Commissioner Schwartz. Here. Commissioner Castillo.
Here.
City Manager Dodge.
Mr. Dodge, are you on the line? He'll be on the line shortly.
Assistant City Manager Bonilla.
Here.
City Attorney Gorn.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So 2 quick announcements before we go to the pledge. Today I had the pleasure of swearing in 6 heroes here in the city of Pembroke Pines. 3 who were promoted to police sergeant and 3 who were promoted to police captain. And I have to tell you, the entire room was filled. It was standing room only. Chief August did a wonderful job putting that together. And let's give our police officers a great round of applause. Congratulations to all who were promoted. We're proud of you. We're proud of your brothers in the fire department as well. I didn't see you guys at the promotion, but that's all right. I know you were busy. They were busy. And we want to thank you all for everything that you do. And also, Mr. City Attorney, I want to congratulate you and your beautiful wife, Shelley, on the birth of your newest granddaughter.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
She and my grandson are about the same age, so I think there'll be play dates. I don't know.
We'll try.
What'd you think I was going to say? Something else. Okay. All right. With that, I just want to say, did you have something? Oh, with that, I just want to say that Gabriela Perez Ortega is here. She is Miss Broward County Teen and a former Miss Pembroke Pines, and she's going to lead us in the pledge and in the national anthem. Would you all please stand? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Beautiful, beautiful job. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you all. Announcements of items to be pulled from the agenda.
Item 13 has been pulled by administration.
Thank you very, very much. And that brings us to presentations. Thank you so very, very much. Okay. So this is a presentation to Dennis Mastropalo. Is he here? Come on up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, honoring Dennis Mastropalo. Whereas Dennis Mastropalo has demonstrated exceptional leadership, dedication, and commitment to student athletes through his service as athletic director for the Pembroke Pines Charter Schools Middle School Athletic Program. And whereas at a recent Broward Middle School Athletics Association Awards, Mr. Mastropalo was recognized as a recipient of the prestigious Athletic Director of the Year Award, an honor bestowed upon individuals who exemplify excellence in athletic administration and student development. And whereas under his leadership, Pembroke Pines Charter Schools have cultivated a culture of sportsmanship, teamwork, academic achievement, and athletic excellence that positively impacts students both on and off the field. And whereas his unwavering dedication has contributed significantly to the continued success and recognition of the Pembroke Pines Charter Schools athletic programs, bringing us pride and distinction throughout the city of Pembroke Pines. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, together with the City Commission, do hereby recognize and honor Dennis Mastropalo for his outstanding achievements and congratulate him on being named Broward Schools Middle School Athletics Association Athletic Director of the Year, with appreciation for exemplary service to the students and families of our community. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I would like to thank City of Pembroke Pines for opening a school that I've worked at for over 2 decades. All of the administrators, okay, that I've had, past and present, and most importantly, the kids, the student athletes, and their parents, because they sacrificed and they worked, and this is theirs. It's not mine. It's their work that I'm getting recognized for, and I appreciate them all. Thank you.
And don't go away, there's more. Okay. So they have a rubber band around it. They know I like rubber bands. Oh, so you wanted two. One goes to Principal Chance and one goes to Principal Castellano. If you would come up, please. This one has your name on it. I'll read from this one. Proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida. Whereas Pembroke Pines Charter Middle Schools, boys and girls sports programs has consistently demonstrated excellence in athletic competition. And this recognition marks the 4th time the girls and boys team has earned this distinction, and the 3rd time the boys sports program has received this honor within the past 10 years, reflecting a sustained tradition of excellence. They were awarded the 2025-2026 Best Overall Sports Program Award. These achievements are a testament to the hard work and dedication of the student athletes, coaches, administrators, staff, families, whose commitment continues to elevate Pembroke Pines Charter Schools and serve as a source of pride for the entire community. And now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, together with the City Commission, hereby congratulate the Pembroke Pines Charter Middle School's Boys and Girls Sports Program on being named 2025-2026 Best Overall Sports Program, and commends all student athletes, coaches, and supporters for representing our community with pride, sponsorship, and excellence. And I'd like all of you to join us for a photo, please. Yes.
Any of the student athletes that are here?
Any of the student athletes here? Raise your hand. Come on up.
See, if you played a sport for the
and we're glad you're here. They must be dedicated because this is vacation. They must be dedicated because they're on vacation. Principal Castellano, you want to hold this? Yeah. Thank you. Huh? Okay. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Yeah. And the charter people, you're going to be first on the agenda, so we're not going to hold you. Oh, this one? Okay, we'll wait. Okay, this is a proclamation. Is Albert Salvi here? Come on up. This is a proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, declaring World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Whereas older adults deserve to live in dignity, safety, respect, and independence, yet millions of seniors experience some form of physical, emotional, sexual, financial abuse or neglect each year. And whereas elder abuse is often underreported and remains a serious public health and human rights issue that threatens the well-being and security, quality of life of older Americans. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, together with the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 15, 2026 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the City of Pembroke Pines and encourage all residents to learn the signs of elder abuse, support efforts that protect older adults, and help build a community where seniors can age with dignity, safety, and respect. And I just want to thank you for everything that you do for our community. You, in every way, lift our spirits, and you're an example of a great, great citizen, and we simply want to thank you for all that you do.
I'd just like to say a word on this.
Yes.
Well, first of all, Mayor, thank you. This is not going to be long, but I want to make everybody aware. I'm with AARP. I'm a volunteer. I'm a resident of Pines, West Side. And I think this is such an important tribute because a lot of times this goes unnoticed. In a year, we have over 5 million elderly people get abused or exploited or scammed. It's one of the largest fraud segments of the United States, which is oppressing seniors over the age of 60. The funny thing is 1 in 24 cases are always reported. So there's really not a lot of statistics on it. But yet, you have a lot of seniors suffering in quiet, in isolation, away from their families. Sometimes the oppressors are the family members. So what we're asking you with this Awareness Day that was enacted by the United Nations in 2006, June 15, 2006, which is World Elder Abuse Day, is to just be on the lookout. If you see a neighbor that's got a mood swing or just isolated or is just being kind of kept, away from people, or you see them changing their behavior, just notify. There's a report hotline that you can report, and you could do an online form that I have on my declaration that can tell you where to report if you see that. But just keep an eye out for the seniors because a lot of times they don't have a voice. Allow them alone. I visit a lot of seniors. I go to the hospitals. I visit them. They have no family, and it's just they're just human beings. And sometimes we forget about them. So again, I'm asking for everybody to take notice of our seniors that are living alone and making sure you check on them and that they're well taken care of. And the last thing I want to say, and Mike, you know this, I want to commend our police department. And I personally want to commend especially 2 specific officers. One, and I told the other officers, Agustin Lopez and Officer Espinosa. And the reason I want to commend those 2 specific officers, because they're bringing a change of behavior in this city unlike anything I've ever seen, okay? Prior to me, 10 years ago when I moved here, I haven't been here that long, I'm an import, there was parking for people with disabilities. Now, you go anywhere, you can't find parking. It's so bad that it's resorted me to drive a scooter So I can't even drive because when I go to a place like a Costco, a Publix, a BJ's, I can't park. So there's no sense in me going around 25 times looking for space when I got a 20-year-old parking in a disabled spot. Okay, no offense to 20-year-olds. Or they're going into a gym. And it's just unfair. But with the help of Officer Agustin Lopez and Officer Espinosa, they're getting a message clear as day that they are definitely going to be enforcing this along with speeders, and it's going to make Pembroke Pines just a quality of life for everyone, included myself, people with disabilities. So again, I want to thank those specific officers. Thank you, chiefs, and the police department. And I also thank my fire department, which are a great team out there. So I got a lot of support in the city. And our commission and mayor and commissioners, everybody is a great team, and I love Pembroke Pines. Thank you so much.
We love you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor, you ready to present? Is Jason here? This is your presentation. Text. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it was this Saturday that we were at the YMCA. I think this was in May. That I went to visit. I was speaking with Christina Golding, our assistant city manager. The chief came up to me and said, "By the way, we're having this event at the training facility out on 208th. You know, there's alligators and there's a training facility. It's that way. You should come out." And I did. I went out there, and he pointed out that we had concrete that had been laid for what will be part of the expansion of the training center. I said, "Oh, that's really good that we got that there. Who put that?" He mentioned, and I'll introduce him now, somebody that 26 years ago on June the 2nd, he and I graduated high school together. So we have to take a photo for Westminster, by the way. And Jason, who is a former Pembroke Pines firefighter, but still very supportive of our guys, guys and gals, excuse me, of our department, used his personal resources within his very successful company to be able to lay that concrete, literally laying the foundation for an expansion of our training center. The chief didn't ask me to do this. I said, "No, we got to do this. We got to recognize Jason. We have to," or let me call you Mr. Goff, excuse me. We're old now. We're in our 40s, so we can say that. So I did want to mention what it is that we're presenting. Forget the talking points. I'm just going. So to Jason Goff, on behalf of the Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue Department, thank you to you and Florida Concrete Unlimited for your generous donation and support of our department. Your contribution, including the forming, placing, and finishing of the concrete pads, has significantly enhanced our training facility project. This initiative supports our ability to train and develop our firefighters, ensuring they are well prepared when serving our community. I'm adding of 172,000 residents. The project will provide lasting value for our organization and the service that we provide for years to come. We also extend appreciation to CEMEX, for donating the concrete materials that made this project possible. The ongoing support from FCU Unlimited and its president, Jason Goff, reflects a strong commitment to public safety. Please accept the City of Pembroke Pines and our fire department their sincere gratitude for your generosity, professionalism, continued support of the Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue Department. It is signed by the chief, but you could very well add the mayor and our 4 commissioners, thanking you for your service to our city past and present and into the future. So thank you, my friend. Is there anything you'd like to say? You sure? Your family's right over there. Maybe they want to take a video? You want to say anything at all?
You know, I haven't been a fireman for over 20 years, but these guys hold a special place in my heart. So does the vice mayor, and I thought it's the least I could do, give back to the guys that gave something to me.
Wow.
Chief?
That's great.
Just real quick, because you summed it up just perfectly, Commissioner or Vice Mayor. Jay, it gives me a great personal privilege as well as professional to award you, to provide you with this award and this recognition, because you know how much gratitude I have toward you and the entire FCU family. So, brother, thank you very much. And that's it.
Okay, great. All right. Who's got the mic? It's right there. In the computer keyboard thing. Oh, I got it. All right. Now we have National Parks and Recreation Month. Jonathan, you want to come up? We have a great Parks and Recreation program. This is a proclamation of the City of Pembroke Pines declaring National Parks and Recreation Month, whereas parks and recreation programs are essential to building healthy, vibrant, and resilient communities by providing opportunities for wellness, recreation, education, and social connection for residents of all ages. And whereas since 1985, America has celebrated National Parks and Recreation Month each July through the National Recreation Park Association to recognize the vital contributions of parks, recreational professionals, seasonal staff, and volunteers who maintain and enhance our parks and recreational spaces. Whereas the City of Pembroke Pines Recreation and Cultural Arts Department has planned an exciting lineup of free activities and events throughout July under the theme, Get Outside, Get Active, Get Connected in Pembroke Pines Parks, encouraging residents to enjoy healthy lifestyles, strengthen community connections, and create memorable experiences. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, Mayor of the City of Pembroke Pines, together with the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2026 as National Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Pembroke Pines, encouraging all residents to participate in the many activities and events offered throughout the month and to recognize the positive impact parks and recreation has on our community. Congratulations, and thank you for all you do. We have one more, Commissioner? Sure? You want to come up?
Thank you. I don't know which way to turn. I don't want to be my back. Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Naima Khan Ghani, and I represent the Muslim Students Association for Midland High Schools. And we're here tonight to recognize a well-deserving commissioner, Commissioner Maria Rodriguez, who has been a friend to our community and a friend to all of us here at Pembroke Pines. So before we present her award, I just want to read a couple things that we think that she really embodies as a commissioner and as a resident of the city of Pembroke Pines. So true inclusion is not about simply opening doors. It is about creating a warm and inviting space where every individual feels valued, respected, and empowered. It is about embracing diversity, fostering empathy, and nurturing a culture that celebrates the uniqueness of every person. Inclusion is a transformative force that breaks down barriers. invites hearts and unleashes the boundless potential that lies within us all. Commissioner Maria strives for a community where everyone's voice is heard, everyone's story is acknowledged, and everyone can thrive knowing that they belong. Thank you for building bridges, embracing diversity, promoting equity, and engaging in courageous conversations. And with that, I'd like to present this Community Service Award on behalf of the Muslim Students Association for Midland High Schools to Commissioner Maria Rodriguez, City of Pembroke Pines, in recognition of your outstanding leadership, dedicated public service, and unwavering commitment. Your vision and integrity continue to inspire positive change. So let's give it up for Commissioner Maria. You know, many often our commissioners and our elected officials are, you know, they really get the shorter end of the stick, and, you know, we really hold them accountable, which we should hold them accountable. I'm not against that, but sometimes it's good to celebrate the good things that we see, the positive things that is happening in our community. So thank you, Commissioner. It's a pleasure.
Just want to say thanks, Naima. I was supposed to attend an award ceremony you guys had, and unfortunately I was out of town. So thank you so much for making the exception to come all the way here. Much appreciated. And I know I really appreciate this Muslim Student Association. They do some amazing, amazing work.
Thank you so much. It is an honor. So good luck.
Well done. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Mr. City Attorney, we'll be taking items 37 and 38 out of order without objection so that our principals can get back to their activities on what promises to be a long agenda. So if you could read, please, item 37.
37 for the record is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2026 R-11, which is a resolution of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, adopting the budget for the Pembroke Pines / Florida State University Charter Elementary School for the charter school fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2026, in the amount of $11,356,801, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item number 37, which is 2026 R-11, on the floor for consideration, for your review and consideration. Mayor and
I
Commissioner,
move
thank
the
you.
item.
Motion made by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion? Any from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for all that you do at this great school, and good luck next year. Yes,
Thank you,
I
Mayor.
know.
For the record,
Item
that number is
38.
3949 is the permanent number, Mayor. The next up is item number 38. For the record is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2026 R-12, which is a resolution of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, adopting the budget for the City of Pembroke Pines charter schools sponsored by the School Board of Broward County, Florida, for the charter school fiscal year beginning on July 1, 2026, in the amount of $80,195,533, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. That's item number 2026 R-12 on the floor for your review and consideration. Thank you, Mayor. Number 38.
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show passes unanimously.
And Mayor,
Thank
that
you
number is
very much.
3950. That's the permanent number, 3950. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Items at the request of the public. I have one person signed up, Skylar Thomas. Mr. Thomas, are you here? Oh, ma'am, please come forward. Is it Skylar? Skylar. Your name and address for the record, please. There's a button there that says, yes, you're on. If you could just bring that down.
Hello?
You're a pro.
Okay.
You're on.
Scarlett Thomas, address is 9810 Southwest 16th Court, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Yes.
Okay. This is really quick. This is a concern to request for the city of Pembroke Pines to raise the wall on Pembroke Road. There's several other communities, but I can only speak for Tanglewood South. Lately, you guys have been improving Pembroke Road. So because of that, a lot of traffic from Pines is going to Pembroke Road. So the issues we're having is more pedestrian traffic, a lot more traffic on that road, so we have more of a noise nuisance that's happening. So sleepless nights because of loud vehicles, and I think you guys are supposed to be increasing Pembroke Road again, going west, correct? So it's gonna bring even more traffic. So is there any way the city can assist with raising the wall? The wall now, I think, is about maybe 3 to 4 feet tall.
Well, I know your district commissioner is on top of everything in that district, Commissioner Good.
Okay.
Would you like to contact him? Have you spoken about this?
No, this is the first.
But, Mr. Mayor, this community has been sounding the alarm, and particularly they just recently did that with the FDOT because of the DOT project that they have at the Honeywoods community. So they presented some very good points of concern. I mean, that wall was somehow impacted when they did the original improvements to Pembroke Road. So you know, we're going to wait for the DOT people to come back and find out whether they're going to be able to incorporate that into their project. If not, then this is going to be an issue we're going to talk here.
Yeah, I think that's the best solution is to, Vice Commissioner, if you don't mind taking it on, it's in your district, the coordination of this. I'm not familiar with the wall or the specifics of the wall. I don't know who owns it. I don't know what ground it's located on, all that. All has to be figured out. But certainly, we're very thankful that you came forward to talk to us about it.
Okay.
We'd like to see let's see what's possible.
Okay, so am I contacting Mr. Good to follow up later?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And thank you very much for coming forward. Okay. There's no commission order to report tonight.
None, Mayor.
Appeals of the Board of Adjustment decisions.
None, Mayor.
Under announcements and board and committee appointments, I believe Commissioner Schwartz wishes to make an appointment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. McKenzie, come on down. Come on down. Mr. McKenzie is he's been serving with us on another board. He was in the audience a couple weeks ago when Mr. Tawari was making his plea. Mr. McKenzie has stepped forward once again to serve his community. Please introduce yourself once again to the community, Mr. McKenzie, and thank you for serving.
You're on.
Thank you. Irvins McKenzie, been a member of Pembroke Pines pretty much since 8th grade, you know, well into my mid-30s now, so I love this city. I appreciate you, Commissioner Schwartz, and everybody else here. You guys are great.
Thank you very much.
So Mr. McKenzie and I, we work together in a different capacity for, I think it was about 3 years, and we got to know each other. And when the other advisory board had an opening, I reached out to him. I said, you should consider doing it. So now he's telling me that he wants to do the environmental, and it's a real good fit. So welcome aboard, and thank you for representing.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Commissioners' consent agenda consists of items 1 through 32, though 13 has been pulled. So it's items 1 through 12 and 14 through 32. What is your pleasure?
Mayor, I have 5. I want to pull 14.
Hold on. 5?
No, I have 5 pulls.
Okay,
No.
hold on one second. Okay.
14.
Hold on. Yep,
16,
yep,
20, 22, and 24.
yep. 24. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, I have a couple pools too.
Okay,
So pool number 9,
hold on. Go ahead.
18,
Uh-huh.
and 28.
And 28. Anyone else? Not much left.
Oh, there's a lot still. It's a big one.
Okay, then, any from the public? Seeing none. So the consent vote would be on items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion on those items? Any from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. And the first one will be item number 9. Commissioner Good, you are recognized.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just some quick questions on this one. So motion
You
to...
could- yeah, you have to read it, right?
Motion to approve the First Amendment to the Professional Service Agreement with Miller Lake and Associates Incorporated for professional, environmental, and support services, increasing the annual contract amount to an amount not to exceed $260,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Commissioner Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, again, little concern. I know that one of my other colleagues also did make a notice to the increase in the contract. This isn't a $60,000 increase one time. This is a $60,000 on an annual basis. This is a 5-year contract, so that means we got another 4 years on this contract. So we went from $200,000, which is $1 million contract, to about $1,250,000. So, not saying that it's not needed, but I can't understand why we're approving going forward for the additional years, the additional $60,000 per year. That's 25% of the contract cost. I don't know how this could have been really missed in this regard. I mean, this is a task or something that was submitted, and we had estimates, and we got certified engineers making these decisions, and to have a 25% miss is concerning to me. The other thing is that there's no sufficient backup to justify why this increase is needed. All we received was the First Amendment and the original agreement, and we have a write-up from staff saying, well, it needs to be increased, but there's no documentation, verification from Miller Lake and Associates identifying what is causing them to ask for an increase from us for the next several years to the tune of a 25% increase on this contract. So In the absence of any of that information, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to say that I can't support this item.
Mr. Bonilla,
Yes, sir.
what say you?
No problem. The reason for the increase is because this is the contractor that we're utilizing, the consultant that we're utilizing for the project, the Resolve project that we have going on out west. With that said, we're working on various land parcels that we need to do various mitigation for wetlands. The heavy part, the front load part of the work is being done now in the first and second year. Hence the reason, while the contract is for 4 years, which add up to $800,000, we're asking for $260 for the first and second year. If I may propose that maybe instead of just doing an annual basis of $200,000 to $260, we could just combine the amount, the total contract amount of $800,000 as a total. From therefore, it would allow us to be able to, again, complete the work for the first and second year, and then therefore we're estimating that the third and fourth year will be much less work, that services that will be needed from the consultant.
So you're not asking for any increase in the contract, you're just asking that the distribution be different?
The original amount that we have in here, we were asking for an increase up to $260,000. My revised recommendation is now to just clump up the total amount that's needed for the agreement of $800,000, so we can utilize the amount up front and therefore less amount in the following years.
Okay, so you're not asking for more than $800,000?
No, he is, Mr. Mayor. He's asking, the remaining amount of the contract as it exists today is about $600,000. He's asking for the increase as well.
Is that correct?
What I am revising on the dais, my recommendation is that if the conversation is that we have an issue about moving it up to $260,000, what I am recommending is that since I know that the total amount of work that's being done for the first 2 years of this contract is going to be more than $200,000, what I am saying is that I would like to add up the total amount of the contract amount, which is $800,000, with no cap on the yearly amounts. Right now, it is capped at $200,000 per year. What I'm saying is allow us to be able to work with the $800,000 for the entire 8-year term of the 4-year term of the contract. Does that make?
Can I just jump in for
Sure.
a second? Commissioner, you mentioned 600 as the total amount. Is it 600 as the total amount for the 4 years, or is it 800?
It is $200,000 for a 4-year contract. That's $800,000.
So as a clarification to my colleague, I said it was a 5-year, it actually is a 4-year, and I did catch that. So it's an $800,000 contract that is now being increased by an additional $180,000. However, there's $600,000. The first year has been expended. We've gone through the first year. There's 3 more years that are left on the contract, which is equivalent to $600,000 over a 3-year period. What the assistant city manager is saying is he wants to bring it up to $800,000. Is that correct? 800?
For the entire term of the contract, which is 4 years. That's correct. Right now, as it was presented,
Right. So that's more than the $60,000 increase per year that's being asked, because that would be $180,000. So 6 plus 180 is 780. He's going to 800, which is another 20,000 on top of that.
Okay.
I think what he is saying, if I can clarify, if I understand that the assistant city manager is saying 800 for the totality for all 4 years, even though we've already passed 1 year. I think that's where it's coming in. Because with that, I agree that if we're going to lump it, it would be the 800. I don't believe that insinuates an increase, because it means that the total will always be 800, has been 800, but we're placing the chunks in different spaces.
that is correct.
So if I may ask a question, and so are you saying that we have not spent $200,000 yet?
We're getting to the $200,000. That is the reason why we're asking for the request. Yes, sir.
So you're asking for $800,000, which would mean that there would be a total amount of $600,000 plus some change left over.
As it stands right now, we've utilized approximately $200,000 for the first year. We're going to go over that amount. Therefore, hence the reason why we were asking for the increase. What we're saying is that how the current contract reads is that we're capped at $200 per year. What I am recommending, because I know that the total overall of the contract is $800,000, What I'm saying is that do not allow us to have the limit up to $800,000 for the entire 4-year term, which is the same amount that we had when we passed the agreement a year ago.
And allow you to allocate at your discretion because some of it is front-loaded.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, because I'm not disagreeing with what is being said. So this contract now is going to have to be amended to not be well, it's a 4-year contract. Total amount is $800,000. However, $800,000 in the contract would be available from the very beginning instead of $200 a year, meaning going from this point forward, we would not be spending more than $600,000 over the next 3 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
so we would need to have a motion.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Assistant City Manager, this front load, does it have to relatively about the composting and the project out there?
With the parcels, yes, sir.
Okay. And this commission has not yet received any information with respect to some of the concerns that we asked about. I am hesitant to put any dollars into this area until this commission has an opportunity to greenlight the actual project. Because if we spend the money, whether it's $200,000, $260,000, or $800,000, if this project is going to stink up the neighborhood, it is not going to receive my support. So until we get that information to us, I believe this might be premature. Perhaps we can give the administration an opportunity over the summer break to get us up to speed on where we're at with the composting project. There were certain requests that this commission made to the City Commission to bring back to us. I was hoping we would have it sooner rather than later, but if that means it's going to be the first meeting of August in order for us to know which way to move forward, I would feel more comfortable deferring this item until the administration gives us the opportunity to digest what options we have. There were specific asks. There were communities that we needed to reach out to, right, to get that information. If we move forward, if we greenlight the project, then of course the billings make a whole lot of sense. I'm not opposed to front-loading the contract. I just want to make sure that the dollars are being spent in the proper order.
Not a problem. So can I?
Yeah,
respond?
I'd like to respond to that. Everyone here agreed
We already
that
approved
if there's
it.
a smell problem, this isn't something that any one commissioner is illuminating for us. We all agreed that that was an issue. These engineers need to come up with the answers so that we will know what the situation is. You can't ask a question and then deny the process to get you the answer. So this is before us so that the engineers can actually look into these matters and come back to us with information. That's what they do. That's why we hire them.
Mayor, I would agree with you. However, to Commissioner Good's point, the backup doesn't speak to that specific ask. It talks about environmental permit applications in Holly Lake.
Well, but that's how you get it. And if the engineers have to look at the project to see whether or not even an application would work. Forget about that. We don't want it to create a noxious situation. It wouldn't get permitted if it did that. So I really think that what we need to do is understand what the request is. The item is absolutely in order. It's a chicken and egg matter. You have to go to the engineers before you have your answers. That's plain to see. All that the city administration is asking for is within the same $800,000. Mr. Bonilla, correct me if I'm wrong. Over the same 4-year period that we authorized, they want to move some monies out of potentially year 4 into years 2 and 3. It's the same amount of money, but a different distribution. That's all that's ahead of us. And then they, the engineers, will go out and do their work and come back to us with the answers that we all seek. That's the purpose of this item, is it not?
I think in clarity, it does say First Amendment. We already approved the total amount for this project to
Right.
continue. So while I agree with your commentary, the contract was already approved. It is whether the internal allocations of year to year, that's what's in question in number 9. So we can't really go back in time to unapprove something we've already approved if this is simply the First Amendment of
Okay,
that.
so that being clarified,
So, Mr. Mayor, if
I'm
I
looking
may.
for what the motion needs to be.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So I'm satisfied that the cost of this project is not going to increase. I do understand the dialogue here about having the need to have funding available now as opposed to later. So I'd like to make an amendment to the item such that we consolidate years 2, 3, and 4 funding, and that the contract does not exceed a total of $800,000.
Is that acceptable?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Second.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Any from the public on the amendment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Good. On the item as amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one's done. Thank you so very, very much, Commissioner. All right. Now, the next item on the queue is item 14, Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I read the item into the record, all 5 have the same theme to it. If you just give me 30 seconds to explain. I attended 6 out of the 8 town halls. The residents.
Which town halls?
For the ones that the city advertised that you hosted, Mayor.
Most recently?
Most recently, yeah.
Go ahead.
So there were at the ones I attended and the ones that I listened to when I wasn't in attendance, the same theme was the concern about the state's proposed exemptions. So,
Commissioner,
if it's very close.
You're riding
right
on the edge of.
I'm totally on the edge. I get that. I totally get that.
Bring it home.
So I'm looking at a few different things. I reached out to our finance director, who provided me the current balance of our restricted capital fund, which is currently sitting at $56 million. All 5 items will be coming out of the restricted fund. I am trying to put public safety first. My general concern, and this is a general concern, and I can get to all the items here, is that with the competing ballot language in November.
Sir, you're now off topic. This is a motion. This is a motion for replacement projects at various parks.
So
you're taking us on
my motion would be to defer all 5.
Yeah.
Until November the 4th.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It dies for lack of a second. Anything else on item 14?
Well, let me read it into the record, because I certainly don't want to vote against children. But I do have concerns about how we're going to pay for it if we have the result we don't want to see in November actually occur.
Thank you very much.
So now that that's on the record, motion to award IFB RE 2508 Pavilion Replacement Project at various parks to the most responsible bidder, Advanced Recreational Concepts, in the amount not to exceed $211,470.46, which includes a 10% owner's contingency in the amount of $18,714.20, and a payment and performance bond in the amount of $5,614.26.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any further discussion?
So, yes, so what this is going to do is it's going to reduce the total of 5 equals $1.3 million.
The what?
The total of the five that I'm reading is $1.3 million.
I'm sorry, I cannot make out what you're saying.
The five total, now I'm going to read into the record, is $1.3 million that we're taking out of the restricted capital fund. I just want to put that on the record.
Anything else?
Call the question.
Thank you very much. Anything further on item 14? Any from the public? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Commissioner Schwartz, item 16.
16, motion to approve the purchase and installation of playground equipment at Silver Lakes North as identified in the city's strategic plan in the amount not to exceed $767,000, $330.84 through Playcore Wisconsin Corporation, DBA Game Time, CO Dominica Recreation Products Incorporated, utilizing Omnia Partners contract number 201-700-1134 pursuant to section 3518C6 of the City Code of Ordinances.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Discussion.
Yes, Mayor. So this is one of five. When we get to District 2, this is the entire city. This is also coming out of the capital reserves. I just want to have that on the record.
Thank you. Yes, we voted for that.
We did vote for it before,
Okay.
before the governor placed a ballot item.
That's
in
correct,
November.
and we voted for it. And if somebody wants to make a motion to reconsider the strategic plan, because this could be our last chance to take care of the children that you say you want to support. Yep. This could be it. So I'm going to support moving forward with it, and I'm also going to support our other efforts here to do what we can for the city. The days of kicking the can down the road on capital projects are over. We need to move forward and move this city forward. So there is a motion and a second, correct? Any further discussion on that item? Any from the public? Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Commissioner Schwartz, number 20.
Motion to approve a work order authorization with CPH Consulting LLC for professional engineering, surveying, environmental, and related services for strategic plan, Rec 11, Pembroke Pines Recreation Center North Parking Lot renovation in the amount of $158,000.09.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Good. Your discussion on this?
Yes, Mayor. I'm glad the parking lot is finally being redone. I think it was the Reagan administration the last time this was done. So I'm happy to support the item.
Okay, we don't have to pull items for that purpose, but that's fine. Thank you very much. It simply absorbs time. Any other comments on item 20? Any from the public? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Item 22.
Motion to approve a work order.
I'm sorry?
18's first, man.
18.
I'll defer that to Commissioner Good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped over 18. Commissioner Good, number 18.
We're on a roll, so let's get through it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 18, motion to approve.
Mike.
Item 18, motion to approve the 10th Amendment to the Trustee Partnership Agreement with the Miramar Pembroke Pines Regional Chamber of Commerce Incorporated for an expansion for a restaurant initiative program and an amount not to exceed $15,000.
Can I have a motion, please?
Second.
Yes, thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Go right ahead.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to this item. So I'm not opposed to the item. I did have the opportunity to participate in a program that you, well, more like a listening session that you called for the chamber restaurants and that are members that are restaurants. And I found it to be very, very helpful. It truly is something very, very important that we have in the city because, as we all know, as we all get stressed with our available dollars, we eat out less, right? And now that we're in the summer, it's even more of a challenge. My only concern is that because this was it's an economic-driven issue, that it did not ever get to make it before the Economic Development Advisory Committee that we have. And I didn't understand why it didn't go there. I'm not going to ask for any follow-up to that right this moment because of the fact that it is an item that is needing to have an action tonight. But I really believe that any time that our staff is working on, issues that are relevant for our advisory boards, that they at least bring it to them and let them know that at least they're working on it, so at least they might be able to get some input. Sometimes ideas come from most unusual places, right? But that's why we have them, and this was an item I thought should have been brought before them, just for them to have conversation and discussion, and didn't stop the fact of whether we were going to move forward with the $15,000 in the amendment. But that's the reason why I pulled the item, because I needed to highlight that. And I think what you did on this, Mr. Mayor, was very relevant, so appreciate that.
And I want to thank you for that comment. I agree with it. I think that bringing this to the Economic Development Board is very important. Mr. Stam and I met with the Chamber Chair and with the Chamber's President. After the meeting that you attended with the restaurants. Restaurants are an important, essential ingredient in what makes Pembroke Pines a great place. They are suffering right now. They may suffer more. And part of what they're asking for is for government to work with them in a partnership that doesn't cost a lot of money, but would generate a great deal more restaurant excitement in terms of bringing people out of their homes into restaurants. Mr. Stam and Ms. Archer are involved in crafting a strategic plan. Mr. Stam, do you want to come forward? And I don't know whether it was Mr. Stam's plan to present that strategic plan once it's completed to the Economic Development Board, but getting this rolling, I think, is very, very important for economic development in the city. And Mrs. Stam, do you want to speak to these items?
Mike Stam, City Manager. Mayor, Commissioners. So after we had our restaurant roundtable, we did present the restaurant roundtable to the Economic Development Board. In fact, okay. Ms. Fabiana was at the restaurant roundtable, and she's on the Economic Development Board. We also have 3 members of the Chamber of Commerce serve on the Economic Development Board, so we discussed it there, and then we also talked about it at the our Chamber Board meeting, which I'm a member of. We've been giving the board regular updates. This final version didn't make it to the board, obviously because of timing. As it's mentioned in the Monday memo, we're looking at this program almost kind of like a version of Miami Spice. When restaurants are the slowest, that's when they kind of need as much exposure as possible. So working with the chamber, the goal is to drive traffic to those restaurants, work on a give back program for our residents that participate in those, and also possible non-for-profits in the area. Separately.
So your answer here says this item is being proposed as a result of the mayor's restaurant roundtable, although not formally presented to the Economic Development Advisory Board in its current form. The board has seats on the Chamber of Commerce as members and staff discuss the roundtable and conceptual plans with the board members during recent meetings. So you're saying you haven't formally presented to them,
the final
but
trustee.
There's been discussion.
There's been some discussion, yes, sir.
So at what point are you going to go, as Commissioner Good rightly says, and present this to them formally?
Once the commission passes this item, the plan is to implement immediately because we don't meet again, obviously, during the month of July.
So this had to happen before you could do that?
Absolutely, that was our plan.
All right, now.
Mayor, if you notice in the agenda item, one thing I need to mention to all the commission
Mayor, if I may,
yes, sir.
Momentarily, I just don't agree with the fact that, we should be doing things and then giving it to our advisory boards. I think the advisory boards should see things first before they come to us. So I just want to make that clarification. I'm not okay with that, but I'm okay with voting for this.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor, let me mention one last thing. This, as you mentioned, it's a collaboration. So there's items that the Planning and Economic Development staff, there are code amendments that will be coming along with this. So this is only one component of the overall program. We will be working on a joint advisory board meeting with our Economic Development Board, our Planning and Zoning Board will have to be part of that, and our Board of Adjustment that will come along with that also. I must note that historically, and again, if it's a different policy from the commission, to bring items to those advisory boards like this, then we'll take that step. Only the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment typically have quasi-powers, and Sam can refer to those, where they make a recommendation to commission. Most of our advisory boards typically recommend to you during their annual reports, but if the commission wants us to change those policies and bring some of these items there, I'm
Okay,
ready and
look,
willing.
We don't have to.
No,
We don't have to go that far. The commissioner was crystal clear.
Absolutely.
Okay. He'd like to see the boards advised sooner rather than later, before rather than after. As I understand it, in this particular case, because he understands the issue, he's going to go along with it. But he'd like to see, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, and I can't imagine anyone else would object. Go see the boards when we come up with these ideas. It's why they're there. It's not a problem. And then from there on in, you know, we don't have to create rules for every time we make a point. All right. So I think we've got enough there. Anything else on this item? Anyone else want to be heard? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I know you'll be busy now doing your strategic plan. We want to thank the Chamber for being a great partner with us in this matter. I know the restaurants will be very, very happy that their city took an interest in making them more successful. So thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner Good. Okay, item 20, Commissioner Schwartz.
20 or 22?
22 is next?
Yeah.
I
Motion
keep
to
stumbling over these pages. Go ahead.
Motion to approve a work order authorization with CPZ Architects for the architectural and engineering design services for Rec 05, Simmon Place Park, complete park renovation in the amount of $225,972.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Schwartz.
Again, just coming out of restricted funds, so just want to put it on the record.
Yes, all of these are coming out of the restricted funds. That's how we voted to fund these projects. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Without objection, item 22 is passed unanimously. And then there is item 24.
24, motion to approve a work order authorization with CTS Engineering for the professional engineering and surveying services for the strategic plan project Rec 13, Ben Forandino Park, pedestrian pathway improvements in the amount of $151,870.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Go ahead.
This is one where the district commissioner let staff know that there is no interest within the community for this project. I would ask my colleagues to support the district commissioner and vote no on this project and defer it until November the 4th. This does not have to be done immediately.
Ms. Thornstam, Goulding, could you come forward, please? And I'll trigger your memory. My understanding is that this project was part of the Parks Master Plan project. Is that not correct?
Christina Goulding, Assistant City Manager. That is correct.
And during the last administration, during the last commission, the master plan was brought to us and everyone loved it, including the district commissioner. Is that correct?
The master plan was approved by the commission in 2024, December of 2024.
So what is the objection now to improving Ben Fiorentino Park, Commissioner Schwartz?
I like how you phrased that. I'm not.
Well,
it is.
You're asking us not to fund this
at the
park
moment.
in your
Yeah,
because I know that there are 3 other commissioners here who are about to raise their hands and say, "I'll take his money." So tell me what it is about Ben Fiorentino Park that you don't want to improve.
Okay, I like how you phrased the question.
What? Okay.
It's quite articulate how you did that.
Okay. Thank you.
Trying to prove a double negative is not how we talk about it.
That's my question to you.
Yeah.
What is it about this project that offends you?
One, see, there you go again. It's not about me. It's about the people who I represent, sir. And who I represent do not want to have a pedestrian walkway. This is something that I've expressed to administration not once, not twice, when it came up, when Vice Mayor Seipel's traffic plan, pedestrian plan, we've discussed this at length. We've looked at it. I took time during the workshop to basically say that concrete through Ben Forandino Park is not welcomed by the community that resides directly next to it.
So
I'm on the record for that.
What would they like?
Well, they like to leave it like how it is. That being said, there can be more natural gradient walkway improvement. Okay, the administration put together a master plan. Certainly, I supported it, but that doesn't mean that everything in the plan I'm going to support. So I would like to be able to defer this item until November 4th.
Okay.
If I can get that, I'll be very happy.
Ms. Goulding, has the commissioner ever spoken to you about his concerns in this park?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
And I've spoken with the architect about the commissioner's concern, and it was relative to Cedarwood, which is directly to the north of this park. And the concern that he said came from the residents was that by adding a walk path, you're welcoming people into that community, and they didn't want that. And so in talking to the engineers, the walk path, it's not going to invite people into Cedar Woods. It's just going to connect to the existing sidewalk that's already on Taft Street. Because right now what happens is when people come into the park walking, the sidewalk ends, and then it's a mulch path, and then the mulch path ends in the parking lot.
Well, I don't even know how that's not an ADA violation.
It's ADA mulch, so it complies, but what happens is people go for a walk and they end up walking in the grass along Taft Street once they leave because there's no pathway to connect to Palm Avenue.
Commissioner wants to defer this item, and that would require a second. Is there a second to Commissioner's request to defer?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Any further discussion on deferral to the next meeting?
I can tell you it's the first I'm hearing that the architect has a different pathway.
All right, this is
first time I'm hearing
a time certain deferral, so
November 4th.
November 4th. Okay, so there's no further discussion. All those in favor of?
No, I want to discuss.
Well then, let's understand what we're doing. So, the commissioners made a time certain deferral. Does that, City Attorney, cut off discussion?
That is correct.
Okay, so Commissioner,
what can I do to allow my colleagues?
I'm gonna break the rules for the sense of.
I don't want to comment if it's the deferral till November.
No, I don't want to silence my colleagues.
All right.
Let me withdraw my deferral. Can I do that under Robert's rules? Mayor, if you'll accept the motion to withdraw, the request to withdraw. I would like to have my colleagues weigh in, please.
Okay, go right ahead.
There's no motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm looking at point number 5 and why, and I guess like the justification for why we're looking to improve this park. It says, improve pedestrian accessibility, ADA compliance, walkability, and connectivity through Pembroke Park by creating a continuous pedestrian pathway connecting the park to the surrounding sidewalk network. In the bullet points, it says cited, I assume what the specific job tasks are. Site data collection and topography surveying, development of pathway alignment and ADA compliancy, evaluation of drainage conditions, preparation for conceptual layouts, which I'll point out later, development of probable construction cost estimates, coordination with South Broward Drainage District, permitting requirements, bid and procurement support services. I think if we'd like to consider and maybe do some more community outreach into what the commissioner from that district is pointing out, I would support it, but I don't necessarily want to extend it all the way to November 4th because I think it is essential for all of our parks to have walkability. One of the issues in a lot of the areas, mostly because they're HOA oriented anywhere in our spaces, is the fact that there are sidewalks to nowhere, and I don't want any of our parks to have that because even if we, like even at the new Dream Park, the sidewalk from the outside of the park leads into the roadway into the park. There is no connectivity there either, which I'll point out later on. So I don't want to defer the perfecting the walkability of a park till November 4th if the conversation is simply to have more community input from the commissioner. So I'm okay with deferring something like this to, I guess, next meeting from whenever, the next August meeting in order to meet the recommendations, but to put it as far as November and delay increasing walkability and pedestrian safety for the residents of that district, whether we represent them or not, I'm not okay with that. Plus, I really want to get this ADA compliance for all of our parks.
Understood.
Is that a motion?
No.
No, I'm gonna, it's not a motion, but I'm seconding everything Commissioner Rodriguez just said. So.
Right.
Okay, so if, may I have the floor again?
Yes, sir.
So this is an anticipated 8 to 10 month project. That's bullet point 6. I'm a little disappointed that administration didn't share the updated plan, which would certainly satisfy Commissioner Rodriguez's need to have this done a little bit sooner.
Can I comment on that?
So if administration can commit to bringing it forward and sharing it with the district commissioner, then I have no issues bringing it back on the first meeting of August.
Commissioner, I don't have a plan. It was a discussion during the scoping meeting expressing your concern to the architect and the engineer that the residents of Cedarwood had a concern about the entrance and inviting people in. And they said to me, looking at it, we think that we have an idea that we can come up with that would make it so that it's not inviting, but it's just connecting.
And is this 1 or 2 people in Cedar Woods, or is this everyone in Cedar Woods? Did the Cedar Woods HOA contact you about this? Was there a resolution about this?
I've represented this community.
And that's not my question.
Well, if you let me finish, how about that? Let me answer, please. For 14 years, I work with the HOA. This is one of the priorities for them. It's a constant reminder when I meet with them. So yes, it is the top of mind. I'm representing the people who put me here.
Okay. Why don't we go to Cedar Woods with the ideas and talk to them?
Well, right now we have a concept of a plan that was only through a verbal discussion. So may I ask through the assistant city manager, how much can we somehow memorialize their thinking, at least maybe a sketch?
Sure.
So we can move it forward. Can we do that by August?
I can
take that to Cedar Woods?
We don't need to go to Cedar Woods. I need to take a look at it, and I'll take it back to them because I know what they're looking for, and if it's something I can envision where that dovetail may occur, I can see that. Okay, I did raise my objections to we don't want people walking across Taft Street without a crosswalk, but I can see where it could possibly go.
Okay.
So I mean, listen, Ben Florentino Park, it's a gorgeous park, Mayor. I don't recall the commissioner who nominated Mayor Florentino for that park, but
that was me.
But I do remember, I do remember in 1987, 1988, 1989, standing at City Hall in Ben Florentino Park, okay, voting and everything else that was going on in there. So this is a park that is incredibly important to this district. It is really one of the only green spaces that we have. I think we have more geese than people that go to the park. With that being said, I think I have an idea of where they're thinking. I just need to have that conversation.
I would like to see the plans as well.
Sure. I'm just going to sketch it out for you all on Google Maps.
I want to make sure that the Cedar Woods HOA gets to see it. So if there's a meeting that's scheduled there, I'd like for it to be posted, because I'm sure all of us would like to go and hear what the good people at Cedar, what their concerns are. No one has contacted me regarding Ben Fiorentino Park and concerns that they wouldn't want the better walkability that this plan is offering.
Walking past is the number one thing.
I'm very interested personally in seeing what those plans are. So as you provide the commissioner with that, please let us all see what that item is. And one way or another, we're going to get to the Cedar Woods HOA and make sure that they understand, as the community most impacted, that we're there to improve their park, not to create a problem for them.
Can I ask for a clarification, Mayor, please?
Yes.
You're asking to defer the item until August?
That's it. I
That's
just
what
want
I'm
to have a
hearing.
conversation.
In that time, because I heard a couple things, are you asking for me to coordinate community input on this park?
I just
Not
need
yet.
To see, I need to see the sketch.
Okay.
That's all I'm
We
asking
want to
for.
see the sketch, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay?
And
Got
Mr.
it.
Mayor, so I do agree with my colleague, at least though he should be communicated with by staff, because I understand the importance of park space on the east side of town. And I think
Absolutely.
that what he's asking for is something that I'm very passionate about as well. And
Right.
I can't help but to do nothing but support a deferral
Thank you. Thank you,
to your
Commissioner.
August and get your input.
As will I.
And can I just say for clarification that all of these projects that are coming before you are design and architect projects only? All of it will come to each of you in a schematic design for your input and your ideas. This is not something that is, once you say yes today, that's the end of it. This is just step one of many, many steps.
Okay.
Okay, now, the other thing that I was going to mention is that I'm looking at the Monday afternoon memo, and I don't see item 24 there. And I'm going to ask commissioners, please, to bring these items to the attention of the staff. When you see an item on the agenda that you're uncomfortable with, please write them an email so that they can provide the answer, so that we don't have to hear things for the first time at the city commission meeting. That's what the purpose of this is, in a legal way, is to give us an understanding so that when we gather here in this sort of odd, because if we were at dinner, we would never sit this way, odd sort of shaped room, that we're not hearing these issues for the first time. So thank you very, very much. There's a motion to defer on the table, and Commissioner Good, you've seconded it?
Yes, I've seconded.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Until the meeting of the
The first meeting.
first meeting in August. Perfect. That's a set date. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item is unanimously deferred. And the next item is item 28, Commissioner Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 28 is motion to approve a work order authorization with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for engineering design services related to converting the city-owned electrical services at Health Park to Florida Power and Light FP&L Electrical Services, served by new utility distribution infrastructure in the amount of $160,555.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did place this request to staff, and the request was basically, so my colleagues are a little familiar, if I may, for a moment. FP&L has a very unique way of operating. They have what they call tariffs. I don't know if you're familiar with what tariffs are. Tariffs. T-A-R-I-F-F, tariffs.
Is that where they charge us a lot of money? And
That's their sort of schedule of charges for all the different things they do, inclusive of charging you for electricity. So if you were going to put a street light out, well, there's a tariff that spells out how a street light gets installed in the city and how it gets charged over a period of time. So this right here, what's being asked is to provide services to separate buildings. I can only assume that the reason why the city owns electrical lines is because there's a main service junction, you know, outside the property, and it sort of serves very similar to the way water utilities do. If we're familiar with water utilities, you know, you can have a big development, and they bring you a big line, they put a big meter there, and they say, you all take care of it from there. Or it could be a single-family home where they run all the stuff up to the meter. Anything past the meter, you do. Anything before the meter, it's them. FP&L does the same exact thing with electricity like they do with water. And so one of the things that I was looking at, I was like, well, why are we even paying for any of this service if they're going to break them down and they're going to give services to individual buildings? So that means they're going to run an electric line up, and you put a meter on, and anything past the meter, it's the building owner's responsibility, anything before that. But yet we're doing all design work. And what's happening here too is that this is not the end of the project. This is just design. So it's going to have to come into construction and material costs and all that other good stuff. So there's going to be additional charges that are associated with this. My thought when I looked at this was, why didn't we just let FP&L do turnkey project and we just pay them for everything? Let them do the design, let them figure out all the loads, let them do where they're going to do the construction, and then, do the probable, costs and tell us all this and that and the other. And let them, and then we pay them. But we're not doing that. And I asked, did we ever ask them to do that? And the answer basically was no. We had talks with them, but we never asked them for a cost estimate to do design work. Additionally, what happens when you do design work is you basically get it done and you give it to FP&L and say, okay, here's the design, build it, because FP&L doesn't necessarily let anybody do their work unless it's Pike, right? Pike is the guy that normally does their stuff. They rather do it, but, occasionally it might be done differently. But I look in here and I see that this company that's doing design work has put in like $28,000 worth of charges for things that are for bid and construction services. So they're going to help us with a bid and they're going to help us do construction, when I don't quite understand that, when FP&L normally does that themselves. And so we're paying out of this amount $28,000 for a bid and construction. So I'd prefer that we actually ask FP&O what it would cost us to have them do turnkey on this before we even make this decision to let go of a contract for $160,000, of which we might not need.
Mr. Bonilla?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would be willing to ask for a deferral to get that information for the commissioner, to allow our staff, public services, to work with FPL to get that cost estimate to see what that approximate cost. I know that it's going to be, FPL's costs, as the commissioner mentioned, are pretty extensive, so if we could do that, that'd be great.
If Mayor, if I may, before we get to deferral, I just want to ask a question. Mr. Bonilla, what buildings at the health park is the city of Pembroke Pines providing electrical services to? Do we have, are we billing people for electricity at the health park?
So as the commissioner mentioned, that's a good question. As the commissioner mentioned, the state hospital, when it was built many, many moons ago, had a one circuit, and that circuit was connected to FPL, and then individually, the different buildings had their own sub-meter, and that sub-meter was a responsibility of the city to bill the tenants there.
So, okay, so the public utilities is on campus, right? So do we bill the city for electrical services?
There's a bill that gets costed for the entire complex, and then we divvy based on kilowatts, because we have sub-meters, we bill back the tenants of those particular locations.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is, we have the state hospital, okay, that's a different agency paying electric. We have the Howard Foreman campus buildings, the affordable housing. Those are individual units, they pay. How do we handle billing ourselves for for electricity, let's say for utilities or our veterans housing? Are we charging the veterans housing residents power as well?
There are sub-meters for those specific items that are still on the old grid from the state hospital. So what this will do is that it will essentially build FPL's grid into the health park to provide meters specific that are tied to FPL, not sub-meters.
So this whole time FPL just, are we paying FPL anything over these years? Or it's basically on our own? Like they're sending us the electricity and then we get to bill it? Like how does that work?
Correct. That's exactly how it would work. It goes to a main circuit, and then from there it gets divvied up to the different sub-meters. Those sub-meters, the bill for those sub-meters are paid by the tenants.
Okay. And then we collect that money and we send that bill. Then we send that revenue to FPL.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So if there's so how do we handle repairs? If a meter at at a building goes down, who does that work?
That's a very good question. That's exactly why we're trying to enhance this grid. This grid now is being maintained by our public services team, and its part is past its useful life, and the components are very expensive or obsolete. So therefore, that's what this project will do.
So if a power line, if there's a tree leaning on a power line and the power line goes down, who does that work?
It would be if it's
Is
well
the
meters.
city?
Yes.
It's just like a water meter. Anything past the meter,
Wow.
it's yours. And the master meter is probably on the outside of the property somewhere.
So like hurricane, I'm just thinking, if we were to lose the grid during a storm, right now we're responsible for putting it back up.
That's the purpose of the item, Commissioner.
But all these years, it's been like that.
All these years since we assumed the lease, correct. There's parts of the compound that our FPL has already gone into, but this will complete the 18 existing electrical services that we need to
All right,
bring back into that.
However, Commissioner Good wants to handle the item, I'll support him on it. But could Mr. Bonilla, could you send us a diagram of the properties that it's basically the city of Pembroke Pines? Can you send a sketch or identify by address?
We'll be able to provide that.
I mean, that's crazy. That we're actually doing poll work, but okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, if I can ask for a deferral on this item to give staff enough time at least to communicate with the FP&L to see what it would cost us to let them have a turnkey project.
Motion to defer non-time specific has been made. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion on the deferral? Any from the public? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Commissioner Good, for that catch. Okay. We are now on first reading.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 33 for the record is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2026-04 on first reading. It reads as follows. Proposed ordinance number 2026-04 is an ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, pursuant to Section 8.03 of the City of Pembroke Pines Charter, authorizing the execution of an agreement to enter into a sub-sublease attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference for real property generally located at 8103 South Palm Drive, references Tower 1, 8210 Florida Drive, references Tower 2, and 8203 Florida Drive, references Tower 3, collectively referred to as Pines Place and described in Exhibit B, which property is subleased by the city from the State of Florida Department of Children and Family Services and owned by the State of Florida through the Board of Trustees of the Internal Trust Fund of the State of Florida. Authorizing the closing of the transaction contemplated in the agreement effective upon the filing by the city manager with the city clerk of a certificate confirming that the closing requirements in the agreement have been satisfied, the form of which is attached here to as Exhibit C, subject to the terms and conditions as set forth in the agreement. Authorizing the proper city officials to execute all necessary documents and to take all action necessary to close the transaction consistent with the authority granted herein. Providing that any amendments extending the review period to the agreement to enter into the sub-sublease may be approved by a resolution, duly executed resolution of the City Commission, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is item number 33, references 2026-04 on the floor for consideration for you, Mayor and Commission. Thank you very much.
Is there a motion on the item?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Commissioner Good, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Commissioner Good, before I turn to you, I just simply want to say a couple of things about this item. This is an important project for the city of Pembroke Pines, not just for the tenants, but financially for the entire city. We have had the opportunity now, each of us, to speak directly with the potential new owner of this facility, who has assured us that no one will be displaced, that rents will be contained to what inside of what the requirements are for affordability, that it will be an affordable housing asset that the city can count on and that they will use the list of referrals that the city has of both seniors and workforce housing people that it maintains from our own residents. This will continue to be affordable housing in Pembroke Pines for Pembroke Pines in association with an owner. The sales proceeds will be used for public purposes that are essential to the health, safety, and welfare of the city without having to raise taxes. This project came up once before. It received the unanimous approval of the City Commission. The person who we were doing business with had difficulty getting financing, and the project fell apart. In comes the next applicant to take the spot of the former. The contract was easy to craft because we were already there. All of the work had been performed. A significant partnership with the state of Florida was reached, where they provided through statute a tax advantage, which would be essential in order to be able to make this project work. I am very, very hopeful that we can find a way to continue to have a unanimous support of this project, because I believe it will be good for the residents, good for Pembroke Pines. It will help us to solve a great deal of problems, and it will hurt no one. It hurts no one, especially the taxpayer. This is smart business. This is Charlie's master idea. Charlie Dodge, at his best, came up with this elegant solution, a solution that wasn't available to us at the time that the original bond discussion occurred, but evolved after. And I know that it was deferred so that we could get more information from the potential new owner, and we've all had that opportunity. So this is the time now for us to report out what we've learned, report out anything that we might have extracted to make the deal even better, and I hope that we were able to do that and move forward, because Pembroke Pines is counting on this. So with that, Commissioner, I think you made the motion, so I'll turn to you first.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do want to say that I am thankful to my colleagues for allowing this item to be deferred so that we could have just a little bit more contact time with the issue. So I did have a good conversation with the Reliant leadership, and in general, I'm pretty satisfied with what they are doing. The company they check out, they've been doing this for a while. What I do like is that they also are intending to bring in some services that sort of help some of the people there that may experiencing some rental increases and things, and possibly even some guidance for health and human services. I know we already do things like that in the city, but they also have a corporation that is going to be there assisting them with the residents who actually live there. I'm very, very thankful for that. There was one question that I did have in the conversation with Reliant, and it dealt with a language on there, because this is a very complicated agreement, so to say, because we have two landlords ourselves. We're going to be the third landlord, and part of what Reliant is committing to is accepting responsibility for all the prior lease agreements that have come before. And the one question that I did have is that it was about auditing, and is Reliant subject to audits by the city? And I guess that's directed to the attorney.
May I respond, Mayor? Well, he's not there. Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. Mr. Vice Mayor, the answer is yes. The subtenant will have a continuing relationship, if approved, with the City of Pembroke Pines, which is a public body. And auditing is not an objectionable issue in the lease. You can ask that of Mr. Kakar, who's on the line. But to the extent legally appropriate, they certainly would be open to audit and would be subject to audit, because the relationship is continuing through the life of the sublease, which would be the life of the city's, strike that, the sublease will be the life of the sublease the city has with the state of Florida until 2090.
And then what is the limit? Because I know that we can't just sit there and say we're going to audit them. I mean, we can only audit, what would the parameters be?
The length and breadth of an audit would have to be contained in the actual sublease document. You'll note that before the commission at the last meeting and before you this evening is the agreement to sublease, which subjects the parties to negotiating a final sublease document. And if the perfection of auditing is an issue that needs to be concluded, that's an issue which would have to be included as a special condition if it's not already in there. I don't have it in front of me, to the extent possible. So that's an item which is obviously of concern to you. Let me restate also the. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The sublease is not a done document. That's something which is required during the negotiating period, the due diligence period. So if auditing and the perfection of auditing is an issue which the commission would direct us to consider in the drafting of that document, it could be a special condition. Bearing in mind, though, that the subtenant is a private entity, and there may be some limitations on access to private data that would not otherwise be available if we, the city, were the subtenant.
Thank you, and I believe I have a follow-up for you, and I'll do that offline.
Sure.
Thank you. The other concern that we had in conversation was, and it was expressed at the commission meeting that we deferred the item, were that there were increases that were going to be associated with the tenants, meaning 100% of the units were going to be brought up to the 80% AMI, and then after 10 years, 50% of the units would be brought up to 100% of the AMI. And so it was rather loose. There was no description on how that process would take place. It was, we had conversation about that, and then of course I turned to staff and I asked staff to see if there was a way that it could be done administratively to address those concerns, or would that have to be done at the dais? And so I do recognize that we have a revised document that does spell out that any of the tenants that are currently there that are getting increase in their rent will not get more than a 10% increase per year, which is good. Still a lot probably for some folks, but still wasn't a, you know.
You nailed it down.
Yeah, it got down. And then in regards to the 50% of the units going up to 100% of the AMI, that was only going to be done on new units that get turned over. So that means if it stayed 100% occupied past 10 years, none of the units would go up to 100% because they're occupied. But once they turn those units over, that's when they'll go up to 100% of the AMI. Right. So I thank Reliant, I thank staff for, you know, defining that process. It was very, very helpful. And I think it's going to, you know, it makes better partners for us to be able to work through those things. The other things that I want to make comment to are the appraisals. And so the appraisals, when you first look at it, the first feel is that you get a high and a low appraisal value. And it's really not a high and a low appraisal value. It's an appraisal if you have to pay taxes, and it's an appraisal if you do not have to pay taxes. So if you have to pay taxes on the building, then it's the lower number in the appraisal, and if you don't have to pay taxes, it's the higher number. Now, I do take a little exception to the fact that we're taking a look at the numbers that are really related more towards the building with taxes, but we know that we spent a substantial amount of dollars and a substantial amount of time with the prior proposal in order to get the state statutes to accept this facility to be operating without having to pay taxes. So I would have expected that we go to the higher number, but we didn't. And I will say that, I can come to terms with that and agree to it, because first and foremost, property assets, building assets in particular, have really gone up a lot over the last several years. And so we probably made a lot of ground with the appreciation of building assets. And so those numbers, you know, still are probably pretty good. And the other thing that I take into consideration is that these buildings are occasionally subsidized by the city, because we're constantly seeing items come before us which are maintenance, and the maintenance isn't just, hey, sweep the floor. It's like replace the refrigerator, the cabinets, the countertops, and all these things. And I know that some of that gets paid out of the rent, but there is also that potential of us subsidizing. And recognizing that we're going in through this tax reform, I don't know that we can afford to go forward subsidizing facilities when we could still keep that affordable housing component in our city. So I made terms with that, and I'm okay with what the sale price is. I do want to, though, ask my colleagues if you're interested still. The first go-round, we had a carve-out for a reservation for affordable housing, support, leveraging these dollars. I don't know how much we would be able to leverage now, considering the potential of what we're going to experience when it comes to tax reform. But if there's an interest to retain some amount, I'd like to hear from my colleagues what you think that would be. And so we can have a little bit of conversation about how to retain and leverage a little bit of that for additional affordable housing programs within the city. And the other thing that really I'm very thankful for my colleagues, again, for allowing this to be deferred, is that I think we've actually been able to protect ourselves from being charged with any sort of malfeasance. Because one of the things that has been expressed to us, and I've been asking this question over and over again, and staff has been very tuned in to the questions I've been asking, and we're going to see another item later that's probably going to resolve some of the issues that I have. But we have a charter that says any asset that is valued more than 15% of our budget is
operating budget, Commissioner. Operating.
The approved budget, the operating budget. It would be having to go out for a referendum. So approving this item doesn't have anything to do with the referendum issue. So I'm okay with this item. What does have an issue, though, is our budget large enough to allow a $90 million deal be less than 15%, which then would say it would not require a referendum, and if it is more, it would require a referendum. But the language itself in our charter, it says very clearly that it's the annual operating budget, and that's what we approve, and we approved it at $561 million. That's what we publicly put out. However, we have another item here that will allow us to consider amending our budget, and it may make that situation a little bit better, but that's not here nor there. But I just want to thank you for it, because at least staff listened, that information got disclosed, it's transparent. I'm very comfortable now knowing going forward that we're doing process-wise as well the right thing in the right way, and we've protected ourselves from anything in the future. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to vote on the item, and I thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor.
I wanted to first thank Reliant for spending an hour with me, or maybe a little bit more, via Zoom to answer my questions. I am question number one on the Monday night memo, simply because, and I know some folks roll their eyes at me because I'm constantly thinking in terms of how do we better communicate information, in particular with this building, with, I believe it's 614 units, roughly 800 residents. And I asked this of both Reliant and of administration, which I'll talk about in a second, mainly because I feel it's important, especially nowadays, we are flooded with information on these devices, computers, et cetera. I just would like there to be an emphasis made, if this goes through, God willing, that everything that the mayor said before and Commissioner Good said after, which is how would this impact residents? In previous jobs, I haven't been a developer. I've worked communications for major development projects, other parts of the state, other parts of the country. There is a thing as misinformation, and oftentimes residents hear that, they believe that that is accurate, and it becomes an issue with the most precious asset they have, which is their home. So I asked the gentleman from Reliant, please undertake this extensive effort. It's not just a tweet or social media, it's knocking on doors. It's connecting with residents, assuming this goes through, God willing, but making sure that you assuage your fears, that if it even takes, sometimes there are folks, believe it or not, who do not have access to electronics as readily as many of us do, even if it means printing it out on a piece of paper with Q&As and actually dropping it at a door. Make sure those residents know fact from fiction. Last time, Commissioner Good, before we deferred it, I mentioned amenities. I wanted to know how are you going to enhance the quality of life beyond what we could do as a city for these residents? Again, 800 of them roughly in our city. Thank you, Reliant, for everything that you provided me and how you went through that entire process. Commissioner Good, whenever you bring up the point about affordable housing restriction or reservation, I'll wait to hear from you, so I don't really have a comment on that right now. I remember 2024 and I was supportive of it. It seems like 50 years ago, but it was 2024. So I wait for you on that. I do want to thank, and I don't think he and his team get enough thanks. It's Mr. Sam Gorin and his firm. Saturday morning, Sunday morning, they were working on this. They were available to answer questions. This is a monster of a deal. I mean, it is a lot of paperwork, and I know it's not easy, and they have all the other city business to deal with, putting items on the agenda, dealing with 5 of us, et cetera. So to Mr. Gorin and your firm, and also, of course, to Mr. Dodge, which I know he's available by phone, Mr. Bonilla, and the entire administration, thank you for your diligent work, your patience in answering questions, because again, there are 5 of us. And I do think that if this moves, unlike the last issue we had, I think we're going to be a better city for it. I really believe it. It's not my district, it's Commissioner Good's district, but it doesn't matter. You know, those are just geopolitical lines. I think this will benefit our entire city, no matter where we live. So thank you all, and Commissioner Good, thank you for asking us to defer it. Thank you for taking more time to research it. You're incredibly prepared when you come to these meetings. And this is a big agenda. So I thank you, because I sit up here and I do learn from you, even if I'm up here voting with you. You bring up points that I don't always think of. So I'm letting you know publicly that I appreciate it. So thank you.
Anyone else? I
have a comment, I think.
Yes.
I do, when I had my meeting with Reliant as well, brought up the concept of communications, and I want our residents to feel like this, if this goes through, that it's not just this entity coming in and telling them X, Y, and Z. I want that transition and that communication to feel like a partnership, because if, for lack of better terms, this is a random person to all those tenants, yet they know our city officials and they know us, well, obviously a little bit more their district commissioner, and they know our staff and things like that. So those community meetings, all of that part of it, I think it's better served for the community that we also partake in that communication process, that they know they have a trusted group of us that they've gotten to learn and work with over the last couple of years, and that we're not simply just saying, hey, Reliant, take this communication forward, because they're going to still come to us like, do we believe them? Do we hear them out? Like, what is the consensus on the dais? That kind of stuff. So I want, if we are able to implement such a thing as this community outreach, which in my conversations with Reliant, they said that they would do this kind of outreach, that the city also commits to doing that outreach with them, so that residents feel like they're not just being added to this, this company, rather that we are kind of holding their hand through the transition as a city. And I think that that's our responsibility, and one of the biggest ones we have, for this to go well for all of the residents there.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I like to just add, just because I am definitely, I agree with the direction that you're going. The question that is, when can that be done? Because the complications with this, there's a delivery period. What is that period you call it?
The inspection period.
Well,
Due
yeah, but
diligence.
there's a series of
diligence.
deliverables that have to be done.
It's the due diligence period, correct.
Right. And some of this is contingent upon going back to the DCF, who actually owns, who we actually got our lease with, who they have it with the trust fund, the state of Florida. And the question is, and I asked, how long does that take? And the question, and it could be, I don't know, right? And do you do a communication with people prior to knowing that all those approvals are going to be done? Because what if somebody says no, or they throw some kind of a condition in there that, and that's what I think is conditions precedents, what I was thinking of.
If I could,
so when could that be?
Well,
which is very, very important.
because
I think it needs to be done absolutely. 1,000%.
I was just gonna chime in, commissioners, because I think we're all on the same page with respect to that. Yeah. And the response that I got both in this city hall and from the developer was, the time to do that is after we approve the first reading, because now we actually have something concrete to talk about. It's not just a bunch of words. It's an act by the city that we'd like to see this work. So this would now be the great time. And I have to tell you that Reliant has been, in fact, when I spoke to them about it, eager to organize the residents and have conversations with them to not just ameliorate their concerns, but eliminate them in terms of what product they're going to get, that they're not going to be priced out of their units, that no one is going to be displaced, and so forth. I think that is essential. And I have to tell you, you will recall that with the last vendor, we had that. They went to this location and they had that meeting. But this is a new player, and they need to do the same thing, and they were only too eager to do it. The step for that is after tonight. So even as they go after their long list of things that they have to do before it comes back to us and then before it goes to closing, one of those things needs to be that they will be meeting with the staff. If any of you wish, the company is present. Their president is present, and he can talk to you about all that. But I think each of us in our own way, directly, had that conversation with Reliant. It's very, very important. We want the residents to be welcoming of this change because it's actually good for the building. It's good for them, and it's not intended to hurt anyone. I recall when it was me, Ortis, Seipel, Schechter, and McCluskey who took the bold step of wanting to, of approving this project. Only I'm left here sitting, but I see my former colleague is here, former Commissioner McCluskey. And from the start, the design for this, the operational design for this building was that the rents cover the expenses plus, I believe it was a 10% reserve, something along those lines, that would pay for the incidentals and would also create a fund from which repairs would happen, other kinds of things would happen. And that number would grow because all affordable housing has increases. And I want to give you kudos because when I saw the revised language, I mean, obviously I wouldn't know that it was you, but I guessed because it had your fingerprints all over it in terms of what you extracted, the clarity of what you extracted in terms of when this would be allowed, when it wouldn't be allowed, how the vacancies would be approved. It is such a pleasure to read it because it's so much more clear. And I want to thank you for that because you extracted that and you added value to the contract. But as time goes on and costs escalate, you also have these rents that are contributing to this reserve. So there really shouldn't be this need for subsidizing, not under the model. And I'm not aware of any. But the model that works in Pembroke Pines is we bond these projects, we build them or acquire them. The rents pay the debt service, and they also fund a reserve. And from that reserve, you deal with the capital needs as they come up in terms of the building and anything else. In terms of supportive housing, that is ripe for grants. There are grants at HUD for that. There are grants at the state for that. We'll see if they continue to exist. But in the affordable housing arena, those supported housing elements and components are typically, that's where they typically come from. There's also the ability to leverage against social work, because most of it is case management, social work, financial case management, there are different models. Some of it is a job placement and stuff. This is typically for different populations. But you can leverage it against your existing social services structure at the senior center. I mean, that's a natural combination. So I really think that what we have is a thing that can work, and it's an exciting prospect for the city in so many different ways. My only remaining question is to make sure that we're clear. So, Mr. Attorney,
Yes,
in
Mayor.
terms of the 15%, I want to be clear because the commissioner was correct in pointing out this charter provision. Are we in any way, shape, or form in violation of that provision with this deal?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
The short answer is no, we are not.
Okay.
And to the extent that there is extensive review and information in the backup that the Commissioner requested, Commissioner Good requested quite a bit of information, not only produced by our office that provided legal advice with regard to Section 8.03 of the Charter, but also our Finance Director, Lisa Chung, her professional staff, and her review of all of the calculations and the numbers to get to the answer which was requested, which is, does the proposed sale price of the buildings violate 8.03? The answer is it does not.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other comments on this? Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, Commissioner Good, for continuing to represent the most vulnerable in the city. The majority of the residents that live in this area started off, you had to be 55 and over. We couldn't fill it, and went to 18 and over. And Commissioner Good and I sit on the city's Affordable Housing Committee, and we've done that for several years now. I see this complex is extremely personal to me. Mr. Bonilla, a 2-bedroom, square footage, approximately. I don't need you down to a foot, but approximately how many square feet?
I don't have that information readily available, but I can try to get it.
So my mother and I grew up in 760 square feet, me, my mom, and my sister, on government assistance. From elementary school through high school. This project is personal to me. A 10% increase is not possible from one year to the next year to the next year. 5 years, you're 50% increase. Families cannot do that. Before second reading, I'm going to need to see Reliant tighten up that pro forma. 10% a year is just not doable. We had a great conversation, and I want to thank Reliant for it. Learned a little bit because Commissioner Good and I learned about Reliant while we were sitting on the committee. I think we had a presentation about the things happening in Miami, and we spoke about we actually spoke about Reliant, and we spoke about their project down in Miami-Dade County. However, this is going to be the first time their land is actually sitting on government property because they're a for-profit company. They purchased the land, they built the project. So this is first for them. I've gone back and forth. Reliant and I, we had the conversation. They deferred it to the city attorney's office. I'd like to have certainty, and the state of Florida has yet to see this. We have the tax bill. We did our part, but the application has not been in front of the state of Florida. I asked the city attorney's office if we can get a conditional closing if certain things were checked off, like let's get their approval before we can move forward, because a closing, if it's going to move forward, needs to happen for the purposes of things that could benefit the public at a much greater scale. The amenities that Reliant would like to put in is to improve the quality of life for children who may be living within that complex. That's important to me. So I'm hopeful that we're able to move forward, but we are reliant upon the state of Florida to do its part. We have no, I'm only positive about this. We don't control that outcome. We've done everything we possibly can, and now it's going to be up to those in Tallahassee to get us to the finish line. The closing of that process, we don't control. City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't control when the state of Florida would move the cheese, would be able to move it forward. It's my hope that based upon A due diligence period, which we heard 2 weeks ago is 90 days, will now put us in September, after our second reading of budget, ahead of a November election. And when the state of Florida checks that box off, we don't control that outcome. That's the one thing that is making me uncomfortable, not having that known answer. The previous project never saw the state of Florida either.
That's not
Correct.
exactly true. The contract that we have in front of us, Commissioner, and that preceded it, did get the state's approval. So
City Attorney.
there was very close coordination with the state.
City Attorney. The Hayden Glade project was ever presented in front of DEP for approval?
May I try to respond, Mayor?
Yeah.
The document before you this evening is an ordinance to authorize the approval of an agreement to sublease. And it has many conditions, and you've been through the conditions. You discussed them on the dais moments ago. As an adjunct to doing so is the actual sublease itself, which is a document which must be reviewed by the state DEP and by the DCF. Those are the two entities that control our relationship as a city with that land. To answer your question, Commissioner Schwartz, the DEP General Counsel and their district manager only saw a draft of the sublease on Hayden Glade. It was not a final document. It was a preliminary document. It was not
Correct.
approved. They don't
Correct.
approve leases, subleases per se.
Correct.
They approve the associated documents that give
Correct.
the subtenant, the assurances that they can finance the transaction.
Okay, which is a clear distinction. The draft versus.
That they didn't. There was no
That's
final
all they
document.
asked for.
There was no final document, but the
This is,
response.
this is standard business. It's the way these projects are done.
Mayor, with all due respect.
No, I don't want it to appear like the state is going to see this for the first time, or that they have had these deep objections that we're
It's
ignoring. That is not the
over
case.
and over. Mayor, we independently have conversations with administration and the city attorney's office. Okay?
Right.
So just as I'm describing my understanding of events, you weren't in those meetings, and so I
And that's why we're trying to clarify it here.
Yeah.
You just said that the state hasn't seen it, and this is causing you concern. And I'm trying to ameliorate your concern by explaining to you that our council has been working hand and glove with state DEP, with their general counsel, and with their district director. And they are very much aware of what's going on. There have been documents that have gone back and forth during the previous period, and they are in a zone right now. They sort of understand one another. So I don't really think it's appropriate to say that you have these concerns, like that the state is going to.
You can certainly summarize your opinion on my thoughts.
Well, I mean,
you have the right to do that. But
hold on.
what I've asked
no,
Reliant,
because what you said was a big thing. So I'm asking the attorney. Do you have a sense, based on what you know and based on the work that you've done with the general counsel and with DEP, that there's something that was missed here that they're going to say, oh no, this is totally out of line? Or have they been sort of briefed at every step along the way with respect to the contents of the contract?
If I may respond, Mayor?
Yes.
When, as and if the city commission approves this agreement,
Right.
there will be a sublease that has to be finalized between the parties, which has to be reviewed by the Department of Environmental Protection and of associated documents. That has not happened yet. Have we had our conversations with the state of Florida? Absolutely have.
Okay.
Have we begun those discussions? Absolutely.
Right.
My law partner, Mike Cirillo, and I had a conference call with them in recent days. They are aware that a transaction is pending, conditioned upon a commission approval. The driving force to get to the sublease is the agreement before you,
Right.
which requires 2 readings. And with due diligence, we will do that. And this provision also, by the way, in the agreement before you, that permits and allows, although not in privity with the state of Florida, does allow Reliant and their councils or others to have communication with the state so long as the state wants to have them in communications. And Reliant has agreed to that. That's part of the agreement, part of what we've agreed to as well. But the city has its direct legal relationship. It's called privity of contract with the state of Florida. We don't intend to breach that, but we do intend to support the opportunity should there be questions that we can't answer that could be answered by Reliant.
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner Schwartz.
yeah, so with that being said, because we had deferred the item, I had discussion with the city attorney about advertising requirements so that we don't lose any more time than necessary in order to allow Reliant to do their due diligence period, to allow the state to have their comprehensive review, and be able to turn this around back to us with a little bit more certainty. I would ask the mayor and my colleagues to be able to have a special meeting at the end of this month, pending the proper notification with legal advertisement, so that we're able to get to a second reading this month in lieu of potentially delaying it any further than it needs to.
Commissioner, I would call a special meeting if the parties agreed to it, but I am not going to be forcing a date on them or any such
I had a
thing.
conversation with Reliant.
Okay, well, then
And-
they will, if they know that if they need a special meeting, this mayor will call it.
Mr. Mayor?
And earlier, better than later. However, I'm not going to agree to call a special meeting on this evening for a date certain before it's potentially before it's time.
It would be the second reading that requires fourth, fifth, sir, so we have more certainty.
I totally understand your point.
Reliant doesn't have that control. Had we approved this at first reading 2 weeks ago, we would have had second reading tonight.
Sir, that has to happen between the parties, and they will manufacture our course of action, and our job is to, they've already heard from us that we'd like to see this done with all due speed. That's not a nuance that has escaped their attention. When they're ready, they will come back.
Well, let me ask Reliant, since they're on the call here. Good evening, sir. It's good to see you again.
Their president is present.
The discussion about getting to second reading sooner rather than later, we had a discussion that July was off the table due to City Hall being on summer break. A year ago, last year, we had a special meeting called at the end of July to move things forward. We had that discussion while we were on the conference call. Would you prefer us to wait for second reading to come in August, or would you like to see us do this month?
This month would be excellent for us, and I think good for you, because the DD doesn't start until the second readings. City Commission approves the deal.
Right. So you can't move forward unless we get the second. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Mayor. Does that change your viewpoint on how quickly we can
My
get this done?
viewpoint is that I take the advice of my city attorney and of my city commissioner, city manager, who are doing business with this fine company, and they are aware of this entire commission's preference to move this along fast as possible. However, when they ask me to call a special meeting, that meeting will be called, and that's what we can do tonight. We cannot pick a date based on the many things that they have to do, and now we've just added a thing to their list, quite rightly so, which is outreach to the community. So I understand your eagerness. I respect your eagerness. I share your eagerness. However, when they are ready to have the meeting, they will tell me, and I will call it.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Briefly. To the extent that there needs to be a second reading, one of the key factors of Commissioner Good's legal research and operational research was very, very important. because as an ordinance, this approval requires a specific public hearing under state statute, Chapter 166, one of the transparency issues that you spoke to earlier this evening. Having said that, if the commission approves this document this evening, this ordinance for first reading, I've inquired of the clerk only because of the fact that the question might have arisen on the dais, and I sought to ask the question. We know under Florida law there must be not less than 10 days between first and second reading of an ordinance. It has to be publicized. The public has to be given a right to know that it's out there and has a right to be here during the course of that public hearing when it's set. Tonight, I can't know the answer, nor can the city clerk, but if you approve this ordinance on first reading, the clerk can confirm or make the effort to confirm with the Sun Sentinel when the publication could occur and to get a target date that you, the commission, could then subscribe to for a special meeting. I don't know what that date is this evening, and the clerk might not know the answer either, because even though we know we have a 10-day fuse, there's also X number of days on the front end that may be required to get it to the Sun Sentinel, their publication requirements, et cetera. I'm trying to find a way to give the commission some guidance, and the best answer I can offer to you is if the clerk can check tomorrow with the mayor and commission's concurrence as to when this item could be potentially advertised, that would be the time when the mayor could call a special meeting, knowing when the date is. I don't know what that date is tonight. Right. It could be June 30, it could be July 15. I don't know. But I do know what the process looks like, and what it looks like is finding out when the target date could be confirmed by the Sun Sentinel tomorrow to allow the mayor to know when to call a meeting.
I think the point's been covered.
Yeah,
is there anything else?
I want to thank the city attorney for codifying the conversation that I've had with him over the last several days about this exact process.
Okay.
My intent is to not wait any longer than is necessary. The only thing holding the calling of a special meeting is advertising requirements. So when the clerk and the city administration sometime after tonight can identify what would be the earliest date that the mayor could be notified, at which point this commission can reconvene. That's all I'm saying, Mayor. You called the special meeting.
I've explained to you that when the administration asks me to call a special meeting on this matter, it shall be called. I'm waiting for them in their negotiations with this party to tell me when. And we've also instructed them that sooner is rather than later. That's our preference. I think that's everyone's preference. So I think we've beat the issue to death. That when they ask me to call the meeting, I'm happy to call it. There won't be a second thought about it. Okay? Anything else on this item?
Mr. Mayor, just one quick housekeeping item, if you will. In the Monday night memo as amended today, the document that Commissioner Good was referring to is the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants, which specifically, as you also mentioned, Mr. Mayor, has the language regarding rental issues, compliance with AMI, all of the conditions that are in that document.
And that's the item that we're voting on.
Well, you're voting on the contract before you with the insertion of that document, which is Exhibit K, to the agreement, which contains the language which Commissioner Good had requested, which was offered up by Reliance Legal Counsel, which we agreed to was not substantive but was corrective and as a matter of clarity. So if and when you approve the ordinance on first reading, you're approving an agreement which will include a revised Exhibit K, which you have in front of you, and I know that Reliance has agreed to it because their lawyers helped to prepare it.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? Anything from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's move forward with this as quickly as we can. The next item is item 34.
Mayor, if you will, thank you very much. 34, for the record, is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2026-06 on first reading. It's an ordinance proposed of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending ordinance number 2052, providing for an amended budget for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 for the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item 34, which is 2026-06, on the floor for consideration. Thank you, Mayor and Commission.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the administration for putting together yet another budget that for the 11th year, I thought it was 12th, but for the 11th year in a row, actually will not increase the millage rate. Actually, there's a reduction there. We didn't reduce it in every one of the 11 years, but we didn't increase it in every one of the 11 years. and this millage which comes up later, associated with this budget, I find that it's very much in order, and I believe that the residents will appreciate the reduction. Does anyone want to move the budget?
Mr. Mayor, are we on the budget or are we on?
We're on item 34.
The amended.
This is to amend what our current year budget.
Yes, I know, but I just wanted to make it
So I'll
clear.
move it.
Okay. It's moved by Commissioner
Second.
Gooden, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, this is really actually a very important part of the prior conversation that we had. One of the things that was expressed was that we have, when the questions were coming up about what is our budget versus, are we at the 15%? And so at a 561 million, 581 million, 90 million over 581 is greater than 15%. So that would require us to go out for referendum in order to let this asset go. However, this amended budget is basically what was described as me as part of what was utilized in the calculation of what our budget was. And it was called a working budget. It was not called our annual operating budget. Our annual operating budget is what we approve. So this item is an amendment, which is basically taking all the rollovers and other things that might have occurred over the, in prior years. And typically, the way it was explained to me is that this is normally not done until 2 months after the fiscal year. So normally, we wouldn't see this item until probably November of 2026 in order to amend this year's budget. But we need to amend this year's budget in order to be able to add to the budget amount, which would take it a higher level, which then would put the asset value less than 15%. So what's interesting is that this actually opened my eyes to a much bigger issue for me in terms of how we go about doing our budget, because that means we have $100 million that's available right now in projects that we did not approve yet, but we're going to approve it potentially tonight. That's why it's here before us, because it needs to be approved to amend our budget. There's again, another charter item related to these appropriations at the end of the year. It's section 507 of our charter. It says all appropriations shall lapse at the end of the budget year to the extent that they shall not have been expended or lawfully encumbered. And all lapsed appropriations shall be used by the city manager in appropriating money for the budget of the next fiscal year. So the way I interpret that is that those dollars that didn't get used last year should be available to us pretty much during our budget cycle. And so if we have $100 million that we haven't approved yet, that's out there, we should know about that in advance of us even doing the budget. So one of the things that I'm going to ask, certainly, Mr. Mayor, is that we at least have we should probably be approving these rollovers as part of our budget process, not just accepting them.
So my understanding of this money, because I asked this question, is that the vast majority of it is already encumbered on projects. So it's earmarked for a purpose. But this isn't just like a bunch of extra money. There's certain times a surplus that's within a reasonable percentage, but that the majority of these funds are already encumbered, but there have been delays in the ability to actually spend them down. Mr. Bondini, is that not correct?
That is correct, sir. The majority of these items, the majority of these funds are carryovers from the previous fiscal year that are set for specific projects that were approved in the prior year that we were not able to formalize in that year, that now we're formalizing in the current year.
So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may do a point of clarification.
Yes.
So the word encumbered is very important. You used a very important word. And Mr. Bonilla just used a word that did not encompass the word encumbered. Encumbered means that you actually have a PO, a contract, something already signed saying we're promising you the money. What he just said was these were projects that were approved. Now the question is, are we under contract for $100 million worth of projects? And I don't believe that we are. I believe that we have projects that were approved. They just never gotten to that point of being brought forward for some sort of contract, a guarantee for services we would pay. I don't think that happened yet for $100 million. And on top of that, the only other legal way of allowing those monies to automatically roll over, because these monies don't automatically roll over, they have to be approved by us, which is why it's before us tonight, are bond money issues. So I don't think this $100 million makes up any bond money either. So I'm not denying the fact that maybe we need to do this. I think the timing is very important. And this is part of what happened in the questioning that I was asking. Because now what's happening is we're being presented with all the rollovers so that it could be a part of the budget this year. Because it's not a part of our operating budget that we approved this year.
Mr. Bonilla, do you want to answer this, or do you want to bring up?
I'd like to call Assistant City Manager Lisa Chong to come explain a little bit more thoroughly.
Let's
she's
get to the
coming
bottom
up,
of this.
While she's coming up, because I also had a very similar question. I was asking where this $100 million came from, and the example that I received that gave me a little bit of clarity is that this is carrying over from 24-25. So, for example, in my district, the road resurfacing that happened out in the trails and on 172nd was part of the 24-25 budget. However, and not part of this current year's budget. However, because we weren't able to spend that fund in 24-25, we rolled it over to this year, and those are an example of some of the projects being currently worked on and just recently actually finishing up. So that was an example that I was given. I don't know if that gives a little bit more clarity, and maybe you can let me know if I'm on the right track or wrong on that as well.
Good evening, Lisa Chong, Assistant City Manager. And just to clarify, yes, these are funds that have been encumbered, some of it, as well as projects.
How much is some of it?
The encumbered amount of that is, I have here that the encumbered amount is $17,760,000.
Which is a far cry from $100 million.
The other projects that are available are normally, they could be a myriad of things. They could be in the process of the bid and have not yet been brought before commission. Some of them are projects that were approved in the previous year's budget that are still there's no contract and there is no bid, but that project was something that the departments and the city manager felt was important to be able to carry over.
Are these dollars that you need that are already earmarked for specific things?
Yes, they are earmarked.
The entire amount?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't disagree with that. Again,
is there a specific existing accounting of how many dollars are going to where, totally equaling the total of what you're asking for?
Yes, we have
and
details of that.
Have you distributed that to the commission?
Yes, it's part of the backup.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
Let's go to the backup.
Well, the backup only has a summary.
Okay,
numbers.
let's take
$30
a look.
million in general fund. What is $30 million?
Hold on, let's get to it. Hold on. 34. Show me what item in the backup of 34 has that.
You should have a
accounted.
list that says, because I'm sorry, I didn't print it that way. There should be a summary that says carryovers.
Hold on.
Behind that is 7 pages. Do you have a book? I don't have a book, John.
Hold on. Carryovers. These are purchase order carryovers.
Right, can you go down? Could you go to the next page?
Okay.
And here you have the detailed
No.
listing of all the purchase orders. And beyond that are the detailed listing of all the projects, of the, what we call available funds that are not
And that adds
purchase
up,
orders.
and that adds up to 17 million.
So the purchase orders will add up to 17 million.
Okay? And then
Keep
the
going,
fund-
if you keep going.
And then you've got
See, it has every
9
single
million
project,
for the water service
description of the
line
project.
and so forth.
Okay,
And-
keep going, you're still on purchase orders.
Okay. And at the end of all these projects, the total is 53.6 million.
And here you start funds carryovers. Funds carryovers are anything that are not purchase orders, that we are carrying over the funds, but there is a specific project that we're carrying over.
Okay?
And it's detailed, I guess they did it by magnitude in this case. So we're starting off with the water, sewer, distribution, and then it goes all the way through.
So that accounts for 53 million. Where's the rest of it?
You keep going. It shows
Okay.
subtotals for each fund, subtotals by the department. If you keep going.
No, that's the last item I have in my backup.
Go all the way.
Not in what was carried over online. Well, what they're showing on here is,
Microphone.
what they're showing on here is part of the online backup that was imprinted.
Okay,
Can
and
you
what,
keep
and what's the total? Because I asked all these questions. And what's the total? Show me the total. That's the 53. Where's the rest of it?
Plus 17 from the PO, so out of the $100 million,
That's 70.
out of the
Plus the
$100 million,
30.
you have 70 that we can account for that are associated with POs that
Okay.
are 17 million, and 53 that are available balances that were earmarked already
Right.
that are for specific projects.
Okay.
That's 70 million of the 100. So therefore, that leaves 30 million.
Right?
And then therefore, the use of the restricted fund balance for the strategic plan, both recreation and road improvements, that right there is approximately 10 million.
Right?
So that's 80 million.
Right?
And then there's another 8 million, but those are grants.
Correct.
Those
Okay.
are all the grants that we have, like HUD and CDBG grants.
Because
So we didn't detail that because those are grants that we carry over all the remaining
Understood.
funds every year.
We're still short. Where's the rest of it?
That should be everything that I have.
How much is being asked for total?
100, sir.
Okay.
So we're about 20 off.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, listen, my point's been made. I mean, you can go through all this. It's clearly in the language of the charter, they have to be lawfully encumbered, and otherwise you have to approve, and that's what they're doing. They're bringing it to us to approve. But one of the things I was going to ask is if we can defer this item so that we can have a better understanding of the numbers, because I'm having a really difficult time. Because I will tell you, when you look at even deeper details of this, some of these projects have been rolling over for years, and they're not encumbered. They're in funds like this. This fund rollover is not an encumbered account.
I think your point is well taken.
So if I may, can I ask that we defer this until at least the first meeting of after our
But
break?
let's give specific instructions to him. So there is some dissonance that I'm hearing here between the total amount that's being asked for and the accounting for it. That's going to have to be crystal clear. We're going to have to be clear about what the earmark is and what the encumbered is. We're going to have to be clear about all of these things and whether or not it relates to the previous matter in any actionable way with respect to the charter. You understand the assignment?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. So can we bring this back for the next meeting, please?
Absolutely.
All right. Can we do it by consensus,
and
or
Mr.
do we
Mayor,
need to
and-
vote on it?
I guess we have to make a motion to
'Cause I
defer
think-
because it is an item.
Well, please make your
So
motion.
that I make a motion that we defer until the first meeting after the
Can't,
break.
before you do that, can we give our colleague, she was, I don't know.
Sorry, one of the questions, and that's what I was asking, if it'd be appropriate, would this not then impact the other project that we were just talking about?
Let's cross one bridge at a time. Let's ask the first question, and then city attorney will give us his opinion on the second. All right? There's nothing that we did with the first item that can't be
That would
corrected
impact,
Let's-
that would be impacted by this?
Let's go through this.
Okay.
Let's go through this, and then we'll look at that. Okay?
And
City Attorney will give us his opinion on it.
before that, so I just want to understand the difference, and maybe it's my lack of understanding for like the names of all the funds and things like that, because in Exhibit 3, in what is printed, it does add up to the 100 million. So I'm a little confused as to how then it's not adding up to the 100 million.
The details behind, so we have what we call carryovers.
Yeah.
So the carryovers are $70 million of carryovers. Then we would have other commission items that happened during the year that were increased the budget. So one of those things was when you voted to use the restricted surplus or reserves for the strategic plan projects, that had to be done through a budget adjustment, basically increasing the fund. So that wasn't a carryover. That was a commission item, action item that increased the budget.
And but those are delineated as like.
So they're delineated other than carryovers. So in the general fund, let's say that page 1, 30 million of that was carryovers, but then there are other items that increased the general fund budget that were not carryovers. So the strategic plan projects was one of those things. The contribution to the Boys and Girls Club was another thing. So that increased the budget above and beyond. So those are just other items that happened during the year.
But does that add up? Because we were at 80 million.
So
she said the grants weren't included. Let's let them come back to us with a clearer accounting so that we can see it. And
I agree. And when you do, I just want to understand if this equates to 100, then why isn't what we talked about equating to 100? That would be my question for, I guess.
Okay.
So I have a question about.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Chung, good evening.
Evening.
So the capital restricted fund that was 66 and now it's down to 56 million.
Yes.
Is that operating or is that already been banked as a reserve?
It's part of the reserve, but in order for us to actually segregate it, we have to take it out of we took it out of the general fund, sorry. Accounting can be strange, I'm so sorry. But it's just one of those things. We have to actually take that money out of the general fund. In order to do that, we had to increase the general fund budget, and we had to put the money in what we call municipal construction funds. So we were segregating it out. We took it out of the reserve. Yes.
Okay, I understand moving it in order to pay for things, but we approve an operating budget, and the reserves aren't a part of an operating budget. The city manager has always said that you can't. He never recommends using reserves for operating because you have to replace it. I've been sitting here for too long hearing that. So
that's a
there are a lot of different definitions when we ask about operating budget.
That's not how city finance works.
Your total budget, you could be referring to your total operating budget that you need for the entire city, or you could be specific when you're talking about operating expenses, which are different from capital expenses. Right. So when we're talking about the operating budget on a whole, we're talking about the entire city's budget.
I'm going to have to stop it now. There is a motion to defer. And so the questions need to be on the motion to defer. We will get our accounting and we can ask all our questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, let me, just for clarification purposes. I'm gonna round these numbers and we'll go from there. $100 million is what we're asking for to amend the budget from the adopted budget to the working budget.
Right.
So we gotta account for $100 million. As stated before, $70 million is associated with carryovers. Approximately $9 million is associated with grants that we received, that in order for us to account and revise our adopted budget, we have to increase our budget, hence amending the budget. That brings us to approximately, again, rounding numbers, $80 million. Then you have $10 million associated with the monies that we utilize from the reserve to account for capital projects under the strategic plan. That brings us from $80 to $90 million, okay? Those are that is in detail our amount. And you may ask, well, why do you have $100 million? Well, this particular, in Exhibit 3, the last page of Exhibit 3, shows that we're moving monies from our general reserves to a 321 strategic plan fund recreation and strategic plan fund road. So it's being counted twice. But the reason for that is because in order for us to amend the budget to account for those specific projects and have them under a specific fund, we had to include them again. That is the reason why you see $100 million.
That makes sense.
Does that clarify the questions that we have at hand?
And yet there are questions about it. So the motion to defer is what's before us, and a better accounting will come that will meet the satisfaction of this body. Okay? So
You need a second.
yes, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Vice Mayor seconds the motion, and we will see this again. This is not of the essence. It doesn't have to happen right now, and we will bring it back. Additionally, the city attorney will take a look at this transaction to decide whether it has any bearing whatsoever, and he will report that out at the next meeting, okay? It's all clear. Everyone's clear. All those in favor of deferral signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item is item
35, Mayor.
35. Would you please read?
With my pleasure, Mayor.
Thank you.
Number 35 is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2026-R07, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, approving the city's action plan for community development block grant, that's the CDBG program, for the year 2026, directing the city manager to submit the action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, including any amendments thereto, and authorizing the city manager to execute all required documents. Providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, number 2026-R-07 on the floor for consideration, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion on the item?
I move the item.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion on CDBG? Any from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
For the
Item
record, the permanent
39.
number is number 3951. Next
Thank
up,
you.
36, Mayor.
We did 30.
30.
Oh, I'm sorry, 36.
30,
Please,
with your
go right
permission,
ahead.
Mayor. 36 is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2026-R-10, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, approving the amendment to the Community Aesthetic Feature Agreement, that's the CAFA, by and between the Florida Department of Transportation, that's the FDOT, and God bless you, the city for the installation of a replacement gateway monument sign on State Road 823, better known as Flamingo Road, north of Pembroke Road, and authorizing an existing unpermitted gateway entry monument sign on State Road 817, also known as University Drive, south of Sheridan Street, affirming the city's intent to fund all costs for the design, installation, and maintenance of the project, directing the appropriate city officials to take any and all action necessary to effectuate the intent of the resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion, please. Motion moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
For the record,
Passes unanimously.
For the record, Mayor and Commissioner, the permit number is number 3952.
Thank you. Item 39.
738. Next up is number 39. Thank you, Mayor. Number 39 is a motion to adopt the fire assessment proposed resolution number 2026-R-13, which is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, number 2026-R-13, which is a resolution of the City Commission of Pembroke Pines, Florida, relating to the provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs in the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, describing the method of assessing fire rescue assessed costs against assessed property located within the City of Pembroke Pines, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. God bless our firefighters. Is there a motion on this item?
Motion.
Moved by all of us, seconded by all of us. Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Good. And Rodriguez. Any discussion on this item? Any from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mayor and Commission, permanent number is number 3953. 3953 for
Item
number
40.
39. Mayor, may I proceed?
Yes.
Number 40 for the record is as follows. It's a motion to establish the millage rate to be advertised in the TRIM, that's TRIM, notice published by the, as you know, our friends at the Broward County Property Appraiser's Office, which is due by Tuesday, August the 4th, 2026. That's the motion on the floor, number 40 for the record, Mayor. Thank you. 40.
Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? Any from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item up for the record is item number 41.
41.
Is discussion and possible action to approve two items. A is a motion to approve the request to advertise RFP number 8026-01, reference as operation and management of the building department. And B, which is a motion to approve the 13th Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Calvin Giordano Associates, extending the agreement for an additional 6 months from June 30, 2026 to December 31, 2026. Both of these items are segregable. They are all part of item number 41 for the record. Thank you, Mayor. Number 41.
Is there a motion on 41? Motion to move. Moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
One question. Did you say segregable? Which word did you use?
Segregable.
They can be segregated. In other words, we can vote for A and then separately vote for B, but the way it's been presented, it's A and B.
Yeah, that's correct.
I would have used the word bifurcate, but I guess that doesn't work.
You could do that too.
Similar.
If it's legally sufficient, you just tell me.
As long as you can spell
It's
it.
good.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
As
hear
long
you.
as long as it can be spelled, we're good.
Yeah. Does anyone have an objection to doing that?
No, I actually prefer that you do that.
Okay.
Separate.
So, yeah, well,
Without
segregable.
objection, we're going to segregate, and we're going to have 41A is in front of us.
Okay. I'm okay with A. It's whoever else.
Well, then let's vote on it.
No,
I think the commissioner.
I'm not okay with A, actually.
Okay, so 41A is in front of us. Go right ahead.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I gotta say that I have a lot of questions still with this RFP. I know that we did the workshop. I know we did a lot of communication, and what we got in return was certainly a response to that workshop, but also I picked up on some things that probably didn't get addressed that I thought would get addressed, and there's some additional language in there that I'd still like to be able to have an opportunity to review. I really need to have a conversation with you all with these things.
Because there's nothing in the memo for item 41.
So I did my very best. And I'm
Okay,
just
all
telling
right,
you like
I
it is.
understand you were busy. You want to,
I'm just gonna
I'm just
tell
saying,
you
every
I-
time we do this, it gums up the works, but okay.
Commissioner, good. You're right and I'm wrong. I reversed it. I was okay with B, not A, so thanks for taking it up.
So, I mean, and Mr. Mayor, and this took me a long time to review, and I mean,
Okay.
I was still even reviewing it today to even come here, and I didn't even get to finish it, and I said, I'm just gonna have to just ask for,
I understand.
for some extension of time. And let me just share a few things of what I'm concerned about,
Well,
too.
if we're going to defer it, then let's share it then. Because it's not in front of us.
Yeah.
So,
I understand, but I'm gonna ask of the same that I need more time, but
Okay.
but also to get to that more time, I had a meeting with Mike Stam, and I was able to get a lot of the questions asked, and some of the things that came to that are in the red line document do connect to what we talked in the workshop. Others are additional. Those things that are additional, I'd like to hear my colleagues' perspective, get consensus on it as well, so that when it does come back in the deferral, we have a full document that we all feel comfortable.
okay, if you all feel
Signing
that way,
on
let's talk about 41A.
So because I like to defer it, but I want to have a quick comment about something that needs to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
So that way we can
Microphone,
all,
please.
so that we can all deal with this appropriately. So we just received this past week information from the attorney's office regarding new state statutes that deals with the building permits. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
We published a memo, that's correct.
And I believe there were two items of particular interest to the city. One is the, what do they call it? The private provider
Private
component,
providers.
which means that now developers, even single-family home people, can hire a private developer, and that does not require any inspection or any, there's a limitation on what the city can do with regard to those private providers. And the second thing is there's a cap on how, or there's more strict requirements on how you can charge permits. Permits used to be based on the dollar value of the project. Well, it ain't that way no more. What it is based on is the actual cost. And one of the things that I'm concerned about in here is that part of what we're evaluating is a split on the permit fees, which is X% goes to the contractor, X% goes to the city. So the X% that goes to the city, certainly I would like the attorney to weigh in on this, not tonight, but to be thinking about this before this comes back is, does the city have to prove that it's an actual cost as opposed to just giving it a percentage of what we want off the permit fees? Because that's going to have a big deal on how we look at some of these issues in here. So those two state statutes that have been signed off by the governor, is that correct?
That's correct.
They need to be factored into this because this bid did not incorporate any of that information. And so I'd like to know how that plays in as well with as my colleague Commissioner Rodriguez said too, that there's just some additional stuff that we all just need to have conversation on. So, but I needed to get that out, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
About
I appreciate it, and that's why we're deferring. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Mayor, if I can, just quickly for the record, to supplement Commissioner Good, that you're correct. 803, House Bill 803 goes into effect July 1. Correct.
Okay. To preface, I myself am looking to get consensus understanding from the dais as to some of the commentary and some of the questions that I had. If everybody else didn't question it or doesn't, agree to my perspective on it, we can consider that not necessarily needs to be changed or things like that. But I do want to point some things out so that I can get an answer from my colleagues as to the directive that we'd like this document to go to. So mine will be a bit of lengthy conversation because I want all of us to chip into some of the questions that I had. So first I want to thank staff for actually listening to a lot of the workshop. A lot of the things that I mentioned in the workshop and that we all mentioned, I saw reflected on here. Again, the comment of there were certain things like the bill, the 803 bill, and a couple of things. I did see a portion of that being reflected. I have to go back maybe to see if anything was missing from my understanding, but some of it, which I'll go through, was reflected in the document. So let me get to all my points. One of the big things that I wanted to see in this, and I'm glad it's here, it's the kind of bifurcation of the building officials in that top line versus kind of like the clerical staff. I didn't want any vendor that is coming here to be stumped and to say and to feel like they can't at some point be more efficient with their time, with their staff and everything like that, whether it's through technology, other kinds of things, and making sure that they have the opportunity, even though in here it's after a year, to propose that they have a reduction in staff, because I think that's really important to incentivize some of the vendors that we have, whether it's in this contract in particular, to be more efficient with what they have, because if it's a lower cost in the end for the certain services, we get a portion of that savings as well. One of the things on page 18 is the enforcement and remedies for kind of the liquidated, it encompasses the liquidated damages. This may be part of not necessarily this portion of it, but the contract. And under enforcement and remedies, it's 1 through 4, 4 being termination for agreement of cause. I'd like that to be amended to be a scale, or like this happens and this happens and this happens and then termination happens, rather than termination being, in theory, a number 1 option.
A cure process.
Okay, cure process, didn't know if that was the name for it, but I called it a scale, a ladder, cure process, perfect. So for that one, that's my preference. I don't think, because it can become subjective if it's not that, and it could just be termination for whatever reason. The other clarity that I wanted and I got from staff was that we award the contract, we get to take it away as well, and that while it's delineated that staff can start that termination or things like that, we are the final say. But
By that, you mean the commission?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So that's number 1 point, and I wanted to know if we agree that that might be something that can be changed in this.
Fundamentally, that would potentially, it's a charter question. City administration has the ultimate authority to run the day-to-day business. Now, given the size and importance of a vendor like this, it would be appropriate for the administration if, instead of firing off a cancel for convenience clause, that they would come to the commission to seek approval. I embrace that concept. The question is can we write it into a bid without it conflicting with our charter?
Well, I think that's separate. Whether it's administration or us, that's a little bit different from the cure process that I'm talking about.
I have to tell you, these points are essentially descriptive of how, as in my view, Pembroke Pines has and does do business. So when we have a certain style historically in Pembroke Pines, and that's we negotiate like lions and then we lay down like lambs with the people that we do business with. They become part of the family. And if we have a particular problem with them, of course they're given an opportunity to cure. The only time that people are brought here to cancel a contract, to start with someone else, is when that relationship gets to where we just don't trust them enough to do business with them anymore. This very rarely happens in Pembroke Pines. Our structure is one where the people that we use under contract are very closely linked with the professional staff here. And they're overseen by the contract managers in terms of their performance and in terms of their pleasability in terms of what they do for us. So I think much of that is already covered.
I agree,
we could put that in the RFP, but I don't know whether that helps or hurts us in the long run, because we don't need to create rights for people that we pay when it comes to issues like that. The way we do business is, if you come here and you do your job and you stay within your budget and you keep your nose clean, you get to hang around. And if you don't do those things, we get rid of you. And everybody sort of understands that.
I agree, but if I'm reading this as a vendor, if I don't understand the culture and kind of the nuances of the city of Pembroke Pines, it could be interpreted that any little thing that they do wrong can be cause for termination. And whether that's part of the contract or this RFP,
I don't know that people read it that way. But if it's the will of the commission to drop that in there, that's fine.
Again, that's what we should be doing. But we heard that because I'm for a cure process.
Yeah.
So I have that written in my notes here as well. But that could be something that we could talk about.
I don't have a problem with the cure process,
Okay.
but
I don't know that
I don't know that every scenario calls for it.
no, I don't think so either. But that's what I'm bringing up, because I had the interpretation, and while I don't own a business that would be a building department, my interpretation of it is that anything could be subjectively to termination, and I don't think that that's very inviting to any kind of vendor, whether we here internally understand that there would be some kind of process to get to that point. And so I want to be as clear as possible, whether it's here or in the contract, but I don't want any vendor to think any tiny thing, can't be worked out or like come to a conclusion on, rather they just get terminated. So that's the point on that.
If I could, from a historical perspective, Mayor, I'll be quick. We had a vendor that ran our water department, and they called me begging me to change Mayor Ortis's mind to not, he was going to place an item on the agenda to terminate them as a commission item, okay? And I said, listen, if you, I don't recall another contract outside of that one in all the years I've been in these chambers on both sides that we have not had administration notify the commission of issues and work through them. I think the closest level of great concern was the most recent garbage contract when we had when we were having bulk issues and we were having pickup issues. I mean, it was extremely concerning, and it wound up being a staffing issue because industry was just picking off people left and right to go work for another firm, and we got that worked out when we went back out to bid, and we kind of fixed that, and it worked out really well how we fixed it. Mayor, I don't recall I mean, think hard. Can you think of a vendor of this size that we haven't been able to work through a process and give them every opportunity to
Before we pull the plug?
before I can't think of one.
Not before we pull the plug. That's just not how we do business.
It's not how you do business, and you understand that from a historical perspective because you have both been here for a while. However, I bring a different perspective because I haven't been here all that long, can feasibly interpret that a vendor could see this as something different. So I'm simply stating that the culture and the way that we do things with contractors be specifically outlined in whether it's here or in the contract, because someone may interpret otherwise because they don't have that perspective.
I don't have an objection to that. I do not have an objection to it, so long as it doesn't bind us to, because there's sometimes where a vendor will do something, like an employee will do something, and you say, sorry, this can't be fixed, I have to pull the plug. So long as it doesn't bind us or obligate us to a particular process, we can tell people, you can expect that if something goes wrong, we will give you an opportunity to fix it.
Well, that's exactly what
But
we do.
I don't know that we should obligate ourselves that way. I don't know if that's good public policy.
Well,
So
we
I think it's in the
delineate
wording.
here. Yeah, okay. We can work, then that's why we need more time to work on the wording, and maybe staff can come back to us with something that kind of binds.
But here's the thing. Well, the conversation that we're having now is a general procurement conversation, okay? And we really have to separate these issues because we have a building department to run. So either we want to bring the procurement ordinance, which the ink on it is just dry back, for review on these kinds of policy matters, and that's fine, or we want to deal with the buildings department issue, but
Then we can
to do
make
them
it-
both at the same time, it's
But I didn't bring up anything on the procurement process. I'm talking specifically to page 18 in this document.
okay.
I'm going to go on because I think
Yes, ma'am.
we killed that one. Page 21. What is this? 4.7 under personnel C, point D. And all of this isn't new to staff. I have brought it up to Mike Stam on it as well. So it says, during this agreement, no individual performing services under this agreement shall provide, perform, supervise, review, or participate in any private provider services within the city of Pembroke Pines or within 1 mile radius of the city. with my conversation with Mr. Stam, I understand the concept of we do not want, especially because we have right above it, number B4, saying that we're going to ask this vendor to have branded vehicles that have their name and the city of Pembroke Pines, as we do for Jacobs in our water contract. So I understand the point of somebody who in theory could go do some other kind of work outside of the business hours. I don't want that. I want them to be within the business hours, and I don't want them to be doing that in a car or in a vehicle that's branded with the city of Pembroke Pines. They could be doing something 1 mile is Cooper City or Davie or whatever, and they're in the vehicle. But I don't believe that the 1 mile constraint is something that we should be putting on a business, because a business outside of the city of Pembroke Pines can do whatever they'd like to do. So I'd like to find a balance. Let me finish. I'd like to find a balance between the concerns that staff has with them working during that time frame and in a branded vehicle, but not restrict them so much that they are limited in where they can work, because I don't feel that that's fair of us to request.
Commissioner Rodriguez, I'm actually on the same page with you. I had discussion with, here's the fix to this. The 1 mile radius needs to be taken out, period. 2 things have to happen. 1, prohibit the vendor from doing private provider unless it's outside of normal business hours within Pembroke Pines. 2, the only way this can actually be effective from a conflict of interest standpoint is the third-party vendor would have to be the chief building officer. We could not have a chief building officer as an employee of the city, because the way that the private provider works is you have to ask permission. So it would be a conflict if a private provider who had a CBO within their organization, you can't ask to go outside within your own organization. But if you have the CBO as a city employee, then that can actually allow private provider to occur.
Okay.
So,
we have a motion to defer, and we're getting into this discussion. No one has had these conversations with staff so that they could tell you why this language is in.
No, I've had this conversation with staff.
And what did they tell you? Why did they want 1 mile radius? Why? What was the answer?
They explained to me was that they wouldn't want, if they're out to do a job and then like across the street they could go do another job and then come back.
Right.
The double dipping. So
right.
I get that, and it's justifiable. However, I don't believe that gets cured by a 1 mile radius.
Correct.
Because it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pretty easy to get across town, and that's 5 miles within a time where you wouldn't get caught doing the double dipping. So I don't think that is for what they're trying to justify and what they're trying to explain to us as to why they put the 1 mile. I don't think makes any sense, because we can limit and restrict that by putting in something regarding time and the branded vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And we were I hope Mr. Stam understood what I was asking, and he agreed that's something that could be changed. Why I'm bringing it up is because I'd want to understand if it's just my silly idea, okay,
No,
there's no
lockstep.
consensus.
Right with you.
So that's why I'm bringing it up now. It's not that we didn't talk about it.
Okay.
And just again, remember, the state statute now requires permits to be based on actual cost. So that could be a factor into what you're talking about.
Exactly.
So
I think maybe their fear is that we're paying them full-time, and then they end up
side hustling.
On a side hustle where they're also getting paid, and we end up on page 6 because we didn't listen to their 1 mile radius rule. But I don't know.
But I don't think that the 1 mile, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3, that
Or
is
10
sufficient,
feet.
and
It's
that's not
unenforceable.
sufficient enough to remedy that concern. And I think the way to remedy that concern is putting in a provision regarding time on the clock and the branded vehicles. whether it's 1 through 1,000,000 miles, that doesn't really fix the issue that we're trying to fix.
And-
Okay.
And the
And
CBO
again,
would have to
remember,
be
that's
third
fair.
party.
And
The
just
CBO
remember,
would have to be third party in
We're
order
not
for that to
paying
work.
them, they're paying us. So.
Well, the permit holder is paying
Yeah,
them.
but the permit holder can only.
They're
charge
paying
them
us rent,
for his
and they
time.
give us an admin fee. That's what we get out of this deal.
Mayor, I thought there was a consensus that we were going to be able to workshop this before it hit live.
I thought we did that.
No, like the five of us gave input. My recollection is that we asked administration to look at all of it and come back to us. It's coming back to us in the form of an RFP with Redline, without, to Commissioner Rodriguez's point, we didn't vote in the workshop. It was just everyone put things on the table and staff put it in the document, but the five of us never actually agreed.
Well, that's why I think this is
Yeah.
the perfect opportunity for all of us to bring up some of the things. And I'm not opposed to doing like a workshop. I know that I put in the effort to bring this up now so that maybe
Yeah.
we wouldn't have to go
I'm ready to do it now.
to something else. But it's important that we get this one right, because I think it's a great example of the way that we should be looking at contracts and the priorities that we put on this. Right here, I see a huge priority on the communications, on the customer service side of this contract, and I hope that we can kind of get this right so that in the future we can use this as something that we reflect on and kind of come back to as a sort of template. It's very specific what a building department does, but the focus and the priorities of communication, customer service, flexibility on possible technology, all of that is extremely crucial as we move forward to other contracts, whether they're bigger or smaller than this
Would
one.
it be possible for commissioners to write down their notes?
I can do that. And we can share.
And, well,
Before
we
come
can't
to-
share them, but.
But we can't share?
But we can give them to the city manager, and the city manager can call a workshop to go through the answers, or he could put out a memo saying, a special Monday night memo saying, why are we doing the 1 mile rule?
Well, can they at least put a list out of the comments that were made, sort of like the way we do a Monday night
I
memo?
think so, and I think that would suffice, and that's a good reason to defer the item, but we have to provide them with the input, because they got a job
But
to do.
I don't feel comfortable putting things on a list without talking about it, because we come to the same scenario unless we commit to doing a workshop.
We can do a workshop. I don't have a problem doing the
Okay,
workshop
but I
and going through the list.
I kind of prepared for
But
this
everybody,
here.
but
So
everybody
I'm going to
should-
keep
See, I'm
going.
not. But
But that's fine. And
but this would not be the time to do it, because we're not set up for doing it.
If I could just.
If we're gonna defer the item, take the time, I'll come up with my list, you'll come up with, you have your list. Let's submit it in.
I would
and let's
like
have
to
a-
continue with my list so that you guys have some
Thank
knowledge when you do yours, to know that we've already talked about some of these items.
Could I just make
And
a
I
quick
think that
comment?
that's fair.
And I'm supportive of most, if not all, okay? I'm with you. I just want to remind us that that's why I wanted to bifurcate it, because we have two separate items. So I'm going to listen to everything Commissioner Rodriguez says, and you really dove deep into it. And again, like I said, I'm supportive of much of what you've said. I just want to remind everyone that we have two different items now.
And I want to remind everyone that it's 9:52, and we did not expect an elongated conversation on this item.
I expected it. There's a very large document to go over.
And I understand that, Commissioner. And there is nothing in this item about item 41A or B. And that's what helps us to plan and organize our meetings. That's what this was about. And on the floor, we have a motion to defer, which has been seconded. And the rules say that when you defer, you don't discuss, you defer.
Can I ask the
So
maker of the motion to withdraw the
if
deferment?
you all wish to have a workshop, we can have a workshop. You can't debate a motion to defer with a discussion on the merits.
I would just say, I think Commissioner Rodriguez should have the opportunity. I know you have a list I would say,
I'll get through it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
with enough time to see the Colombian
please do not
game,
take
at least
a,
at halftime.
Commissioner, please do not take offense. I need to place a phone call. I'll be right back.
So one of the other things that I want to ensure, and at least is my priority of mine, because we do have an incumbent that the assumption is that they're going to bid on this, that this conversation, or the part on starting on page 40 regarding the transition, that within what the evaluation team has to evaluate, that keeping in mind that it would slightly be easier for someone who's already an incumbent to be here to provide a transitionary process because they're not going to have to do as much work. And that's something I talked to Mr. Stam about. And also part of the I guess, cured by, now that we're using that word, cured by the 13th Amendment, because within that, our current vendor has to provide a transitionary plan as well. And they would be doing it for the bid as well. I'd like to point out on, I'll just go with the page number, page 49. I had a question as to why we had the staffing cost breakdown, because that's not necessarily part of what we've been doing, but it was explained to me that that's because of the bill, the 803. And that continues on to, a couple of pages, but that a lot of what the 803 would possibly make us do is included in here, because I know there was a question about that from Commissioner Good as well. And then I remember from the workshop that we had, and I went back into the minutes, but I also remember writing it into so I write everything down, into the workshop document that we had. I remember that the conversation and what I perceived as the consensus was that it would be 25 for project cost, experience and capabilities was 20.
What page you on?
I'm on the last page. The last page being page number 77. So, in the red line, there was only changes to the project cost and to the previous experience and references. In order to increase the project cost, we took 5 from previous experience and references. But I remember when we did talk about it that I have jotted down, and from the recording, I think that there was consensus on 25, so increasing the project cost by 10, and then decreasing experience by 5 to make up for half of that, and then decreasing previous experience by 5 as well to make that 20. So from my old notes, it's 25, 20, 20, 20, 10, 5. And I wanted to know if we had consensus on that, if staffing interpreted it differently, or kind of what the vibes are on that.
Okay, so my recollection, look, we're Pembroke Pines and we can set whatever matrix we want. However, we are in Broward County. And there are cities in Broward County that have gone through this process. Hollandale, Deerfield, Wilton Manors comes to mind. Lighthouse Point are all 20%, not 25. Certainly we can look at any matrix we want, and we discussed that in the workshop that we had. I recall that. But I don't want to take away from Commissioner Rodriguez's thoughts. There's a couple things I like to put out there, so there's not a need for me to ask those questions. I don't think at this point, because of the way that it was presented to us, this is why we're here. I was anticipating a round robin of however long it's going to take tonight and extend the meeting past 11:30, because my concern is potential transition period. My concern is giving bidders the opportunity to ask questions. And I only have one item on that when Commissioner Rodriguez is done. I just have one point I want to weigh in for the commission's consideration if we wind up deferring.
Okay, so I'll simply then, if we don't have strong thoughts on it, to go back and look at the workshop, and maybe we've changed our minds and we're okay with 20. But from my perspective, our consensus was 25 on that. And I encourage all of us to dig into that a little bit more. My notes say 25. I could have interpreted incorrectly. So for us to do that. And then lastly, we do have local vendor preference. I'd like just confirmation and clarification that we obviously have a vendor here that works out of the city of Pembroke Pines because they work in our building. That wouldn't count as local vendor preference.
Broward County, it'll be a Broward County credit because they have a corporate office in Broward County.
And any other vendor might also, but I want it specific to the Pembroke Pines local vendor preference.
Yeah, that was a procurement credit that I was able to get through in 2012. So it's been that way so you're either have a corporate office in Pines, you get a credit for that. Corporate office, not working in. Then you have Broward County, and then it falls off.
Can I get confirmation from staff on that? Not that I don't believe you, but
No, that's fine.
anyone from staff?
Mike, can you please come up?
Or maybe our city attorney could answer that. Would working in this building,
I have to tell you, and I have great respect for all of you. I greatly admire. This is not the way to run a commission meeting. All of these are questions that should be done during the day with staff. We come here to make decisions, not to pick apart RFPs and write contracts from the dais. All of this is staff work, and I have to tell you that it's
and I did ask staff this, I want clarification for the rest of us.
It shouldn't have to be done here if you ask staff. If they should give you the answers, and you should have your answers.
But it might be something that other people might ask.
They should ask it then. And if we need a workshop, we should do a workshop. But this is a regular session of the Pembroke Pines City Commission, and we should be able to come here with all of the answers. We're now debating. We're almost on an hour now debating on an item that isn't even on the Monday night memo. And I have to
So
tell
I
you
apologize
that
it wasn't on the Monday night memo, but I have questions that come up, and I think it's our
I
duty.
understand.
You
Commissioner,
can't
but
call it a
either-
Monday
but either
night
we're gonna-
memo
we're
if
gonna
we get it
proceed in
for-
an organized way, or we're not.
Mayor, it can't be a Monday night memo if we get a response at 4 p.m. on a Wednesday.
That's not
Come
the
on.
case here.
It
No,
is the
but
case.
it's
We had an
also-
update.
No, it's not the case here, Commissioner.
This afternoon we got an update. Come on.
It doesn't matter. All of these are questions that really should be asked during the day. By all means, proceed with this
This was
evening,
going to
but-
be my last question, so
But I
can
really
I
think,
just
I really
simply,
think we have to move along.
that's my last question, so let's get an answer and we can
Go
move
ahead.
on.
Mike Stamis is city manager. So it's my understanding that despite the vendor working in City Hall, that would not count towards the Pembroke Pines component of the local vendor preference. We conferred with the city attorney's office. Again, it's also my understanding that they don't have a local business tax receipt to operate inside our building, and they're not operating it as a headquarters of Sense. So yes, they could qualify for the Broward position, but it's my understanding that they would not qualify for the Pembroke Pines component, so the extra 2.5%.
Okay, that works. That's the end of my line of question. And again, I very respectfully, the Monday night memo is a great source of what we do. I use it all of the time. This wasn't brought back to us. This document was brought back to us with the reflection of the things that we worked on the workshop. But it also came back to us with some additional things, including something like the bill. So whether I asked for a workshop or had the conversation here, I don't think it's out of line to have these questions and for me to have been prepared to ask staff these questions. It's not new to them, but for me to hear the consensus of my colleagues, because we're not allowed to talk to one another. So
That should happen at a workshop, ma'am.
So then we should have called a workshop.
Well, and I would have been happy to do it if that's what you all want.
Well,
We had a workshop, but if you'd like to have another one, We can have another one. All right, the item before us right now.
Mayor,
is a
Mayor,
motion to
the
defer.
one.
No,
point-
sir, I can't go through another hour of this.
It's not an hour, it's 15
Sir,
seconds.
there's a motion before us to defer. Okay?
I got to speak, and it's only fair. And
Okay,
he said
I'm
it was gonna be a
sorry, I'm
short
sorry.
thing.
So withdraw it.
Under the rules, a motion to defer,
I withdraw the motion to defer. This was
okay.
all part of the discussion.
go right ahead, we're on A. Let's go forward. Commissioner, there's no motion on the floor but A. Commissioner Schwartz, go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, for your collegial consideration. One of the concerns, I was going to make a recommendation to change, and I had the discussion with administration, was how long it would be out on the street. One of the concerns I had, if this were to be approved tonight, that questions about it would not be possible until July 7th. In my view, it would potentially shorten up the timeline for a potential bidder to get the information in advance. By extending the, I guess, the bid closing by 2 additional weeks, basically making, instead of 6, making it 8, would satisfy my concerns about a potential vendor not being able to get all their questions answered. So I was looking at an 8-week forecast, and it wouldn't really interrupt a transition period. But now if we're going to defer this into a workshop environment, can we at least discuss when that would be? Instead of, if we're going to, if there's going to be a motion to defer this item, we need to leave here knowing when that workshop is going to happen. We have July. There's a lot of people who've made arrangements, like staff. They anticipate not being here in July. So,
Commissioner, to be clear, you said 8 to go from, what was the original? I'm sorry, the original.
Just to extend the closeout of the bid, just two additional weeks.
So
It's currently 6 weeks, what he's
I
wanting.
want to always do the 8.
So 6 to 8, I'm
Because
fine. I'm just putting on record that I support that. Go ahead.
Thank you. That 3-week time period of not being able to answer questions just kind of, it bothered me a little bit.
No, that makes sense.
But I understand the reasons why staff did that, because of the way that July 4th falls and all that other good stuff. So I would like to discuss, if this is going to go to a workshop format, how much more time as a collegial body we need in order to ask these questions. In my view, and I'm not casting any dispersions, but Commissioner Rodriguez and I have spent a lot of time asking questions in advance of this meeting and prepared to move forward tonight. Collegially, I can support a deferral of my colleagues if they need additional time, but I'm not comfortable with just an open end of it's going to come back whenever. I like to have an idea so that we can plan when that workshop could potentially be. So I would like to hear individually from my colleagues how much time you believe you may need to get those answers from staff so that we can have a productive workshop and get this thing on the street. This particular function of government is what we do on a daily basis. This impacts the entire function of the city, our building department. This is just like our garbage contract. It is a daily occurrence. These are our 2 biggest vendors, building department and garbage. If either one of those go wrong on a particular day, we get the phone calls. So I want to subscribe some seriousness to having a workshop. How much time do you need? I yield.
Well, I
Would
have
you
my
like
questions.
to make a motion?
Well, yeah, a motion to.
No, I'd like to have a workshop. Now it's going to require some input from all of us to figure out when this is going to happen.
I'm okay with extending it. However, I mean, not excessively, but a sufficient amount of time for us to prepare for a workshop, have staff a good amount of time to go over what we talk about that workshop and bring it back ready for us to sign. I'm not sure how much that would be from our perspective. I obviously read these things over the weekend. That doesn't matter to me, and I don't have any plans in July, but I know staff might have some plans. So I think it would be in reference to them. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I make an attempt at a solution to bring this in. So, the workshop is fine. I personally will not be available, through our break. So anytime during the break is not good. So I do recommend that we maybe we kind of deploy what you had made reference to, is that we can make our comments, treat it like a Monday night memo, so at least we know we get information to staff responds in advance of the workshop, so we're better prepared at the workshop. The workshop can occur on our first meeting, the 2 hours or 3 hours prior to our first meeting after the break. And then I would also like then, in fairness, offer in item B, which is the 13th Amendment, to add an additional 60 days to the 180 days, so that way we don't get into this conflict of the contract expiring and us being worried about it. So in exchange for the break, we would give an additional 60 days to the contract on the 13th Amendment. We can handle that when it comes up, but workshop, but again, the process would be handle it like a Monday night memo, workshop be, the first meeting of back to our break, and then we can go from there, and we have built plenty of time
but
into our.
not vote on it after the workshop, because whatever we come back.
No, that's why the extra 60 days is so that way staff
Can we,
be a little bit more.
Commissioner Go, would you be amenable to say 180 days from the point that we go out on the street? Because if we have the workshop, August, and I want to respect everybody's time, right? If we have the workshop on the 4th and we still don't bring it in for a landing, we have that extension now clicking off, right? So I don't believe that, I think, well, we'll get to B. I think we need to consider having the 180 days begin.
Well, the contract's expiring now.
Yes.
We have to extend the contract.
I want to allow.
So I think if we just add it, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with it, but I just don't think that would work.
I may not be saying it correctly.
The time frame would be July. Like, we're pushing this by about a month and giving a little bit of a margin, so adding the 60 days makes sense.
Yeah, I just want 8 weeks for it to be out on the street, that's all.
So to be clear, Commissioner Good, you're saying 60 days from December 31, because we are
I'm saying adding, yes.
Yeah,
adding
because
60
this
more
is a
days.
6-month
So
extension.
instead of 180 days, it's 200 and what, 40, 200?
240.
240.
Yeah, but do we legally, Mr. Gorn, do we have to name a date, or it's just?
You can do 240.
You can do the number of days, or you can say 60 days past December 31.
We'll just do the 240.
Then you have to name it in the move.
Yeah, well, we'll just amend it to 240.
Yeah.
So,
That'll get you-
Mr. Mayor, if I can I ask that we defer item A until after we have the workshop?
Question. The way I understood your motion is it resolved A and B.
Yeah, and I just bifurcated.
Okay, so if we could put it
So
together.
if you want to put A and B together with one motion,
we can clear it
we
up,
are
right?
allowed to do that because that's the way it's printed.
Well, there's one other thing in B that I didn't want.
Okay, so
I don't have the language of that document.
You want to make that part of the motion of workshop too, or?
No, because
No,
this will
we
have
need
to,
to
no, this will have to
extend
be in the
All right,
agreement.
so this is just for A.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion, as I understand it, is to treat it as a Monday night memo and defer the item, correct?
And have a workshop on the first meeting of after our break
In August.
in August.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion on the item?
yes, Mayor. Are we going to follow the procedure of of following a workshop, there would be an item on the regular agenda?
Typically, that's what we do. What is your pleasure?
I don't know that that can be done. I think it
I
could
just-
be,
I
the-
just
I
wanted
could
to-
be, it could
yeah.
be the following.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to raise that we're going to have to agree that we're not placing it, we're not directing administration
okay.
to place
Whatever
the
your
item.
pleasure.
On the agenda, yeah.
No, it'll have
So,
to be.
so.
It's gonna
we'll
have to
the
wait.
meeting- We'll have the workshop, and then the meeting will, at which A will be reconsidered, will be the next meeting, the second meeting in August,
Okay,
right?
for the RFP.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's,
Everyone's clear on the motion?
so long as we can get it all worked out, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We are on item B. Mr. City Attorney, will you read item B?
Yes, Mayor and Commission, to restate for the record, item 41B is a motion to approve the 13th Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Calvin Giordano and Associates, extending the agreement for an additional 6 months from June 30, 2026 to December 31, 2026. That's now the segregated item from A, or otherwise called bifurcated.
So moved.
And that's moved by Commissioner Good and seconded by Vice Mayor. Commissioner Good, you have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the clerk can pull up the amendment, 13th Amendment there. And so if we can go down to, keep going down to the meat. Yeah, right here, section 3 then. Okay, so, section 2 is where I'm gonna ask that we make the amendment for the time, the days, whatever, for, we can make that 8 months instead of just 6 months. However, in section 3, I just wanna have a quick conversation. Can you go down to 3.6.2 maybe? No, go down again, 3.63. Okay, 3.6.4. It says, in the event the city is unable to procure the same level of service within a reasonable time, city may extend the term of this agreement upon written request by the city manager and the simultaneous execution of the agreement with the contractor in 120 calendar day increments or until such time that the city is able to enter into an agreement with a successor entity as permitted by the city's code of ordinance. So I'm willing to give the 8-month extension, but I'm not willing to then release that ability to agree or disagree with an extension, because that's what 3.6.4 does. It just gives the city manager the right to just keep extending it 120 days, 120 days, 120 days, and I think it needs to come back to us at some point. So after 8 months, I think it should come back to us. If we still need more time.
So, but help me understand, so then, was that part of your motion, or you're just making?
Well, I'm having conversation with my colleagues, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask that be stricken, 3.6.4.
Because what it gives is
The extension,
another extension possible because we added an amendment
yeah.
by the
I think
city
so.
manager.
No, regardless of whether we give it or not, it just gives the city manager the ability to do 120-day increments and extensions.
I don't think that's the intent, but.
Mike.
Mike Stamis, City Manager. Sir, if I may, that section is if a successor entity is selected. And what that's covering is if for any reason we can't come to terms with that successor entity during that period of time, we can have a continuance of the building department. At that moment in time, we'd have already approved, in theory, you would have already approved the procurement. It's just us going to contract. So all of all of everything under section 3.6 is almost in relationship to the fact that a successor entity has been selected, but we're looking at terms. So your action on A pushed this out approximately 6 weeks and another 60 days to potentially get the item back to the commission. If looking at the full procurement calendar, by the time we go through the whole procurement, again, depending on when meetings fall, items getting there, this was really to protect us while we may be in negotiations with a successor entity that we have continuance of the building department. It provides the ability for us to work with the current vendors so that we have a continuation of service. I understand the commissioner's concern that.
Yeah, I'd like to know if there's issues.
Yeah,
So
well.
I don't want it to just keep going on and on.
No, but understand it's pertaining just to if a successor entity is procured. If the existing entity stays, then we're already in the contract negotiations
Seems
based
to
on.
me that if you have a successor selected, you'd want this provision
Yeah.
so that, you know, in the abundance of caution, not only that, but you'd want it in the event it's determined that you need some sort of transition.
Yeah, but I agree. I understand that concept. I will say, though, if it takes a long time, let's say it goes 120 days and another 120 days has got to be extended, I certainly want to know by then what is going on with the contract. Why is it not moving? Why is it taking so long to have an agreement with a successor?
We could bring that up at any commission meeting.
Yeah, but I want it to be brought by staff whenever the contract then expires.
I have a question, Commissioner Good. Would you be amenable, I'm just trying to figure out if there's something that's acceptable to the five of us, but instead of 120, 60? Just wondering.
No, because it's continuous.
Right.
Maybe one 120-day extension I could go with.
So
Just
one
not
110,
Not
120.
in succession. That's the word that's really killing me in this 3.6.4.
You could work that into
Go
your motion.
to 3.6.4.
I could see a possibility now, okay, where it could actually be used as a leverage to get more out of the administration if they can't come to terms, right? And that veiled threat, well, I'm just not going to work with you, and you're just going to have to force the current vendor to continue the work. That's not negotiating in good faith.
I have to tell you that more often than not, it's not because they can't come to terms, it's because we can't.
Yeah, so
But, okay.
here's the thing with the building inspection industry. You have plan review and you have inspections. No vendor is going to want to inspect stuff that they haven't done their plan review on. That they just don't do that. It's not a common industry practice. So if there's a way, Mr. Stam, that 364 can encompass that in some way, so that there may be a way to split revenue and that sort of thing. The open-ended side of it, I can understand Commissioner Good's concern. I could see the concern. I could see how it looks like it's an ongoing, perpetual, I'm not satisfied yet, so I'm going to keep who I have. I could see that. But the transition, is there a way that this could be cleaned up so we don't have to defer this one until August?
So, for clarification.
This one has to be done tonight.
That's the first thing. This has, we expire in June. Let me first point out in 3.6.2, which is right above that, the allocation and reconciliation of fees is addressed in that section. If it's the commission's desire, I think the safe thing to do, and I'll defer to the attorney in terms of to make sure I'm saying this properly, I think we could just do a straight 120 days and remove the word, because we have increments there.
Days or until such time that.
Or until, yeah, so that way, I think that might address your concern, Commissioner.
I mean, because I can go one, I just can't go continuous.
So, Mr. City Attorney, in 3.6.4, if we remove the word increments, and it's up on the screen at the top
So
there.
I have the language. I got it. So it would be the contractor for 120 calendar days or until such time that the city is able to enter.
For the record, Mr.
Right.
Commissioner, if I may, a time certain, basically, days.
Yeah,
Not
120-day
Correct.
period, and then if there's still problems, then that's when we get notified that we still have problems.
Okay.
Okay? So, Mr. Mayor, if I then may make an amendment to this item here. So in section, can I borrow your piece of paper?
Commissioner, before you do that, and just for the purposes of clarification, since Mr. Giordano has already signed this contract, Mr. City Attorney, would it be appropriate for me just to get the confirmation that that language be okay by this?
I will do that after the motion
Not a problem.
is made.
Not a problem. Thank you, sir.
So I would like to amend the agreement where it says, "The original agreement as amended is hereby extended." This is section 2. It's extended for 6-month period. I would like to amend that to 8-month period. And in section 3.6.4, to amend the language to state that execution of agreement with the contractor for 120 calendar days or until such time that the city is able to enter into an agreement. So those are the amendments.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Before we go further, Mr. Giordano, can you come forward, please?
While he's doing that, I'm looking at the calendar for the month of March, where that would put us to. If it's just 8 months, our contract would end on a Sunday. If for the purposes of clarification, we could state that the contract would end on March the 4th, which is a Thursday, the day after our first commission meeting in March. I just don't want to get us into a situation where, and if it's okay with the commissioner, that we're.
That's acceptable.
Okay.
All right, so the amendment is for March 4th, and that's acceptable to you, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Giordano,
Yes, sir.
your name and affiliation for the record.
Chris Giordano, Calvin Giordano Associates, 1800 Eller Drive.
You've heard the amendment that is proposed.
Yes, sir.
Is this acceptable to you?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Any from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now, B as amended is before us. Do I need a new motion, City Attorney?
No, because the motion has been formed by your conversation, and the motion would conform, and the vendor, professional vendor, has agreed to the modification on the record.
All those in favor of B, do we need another vote on B?
Yes.
I just have a quick comment. I want clarity that the current vendor that we have still needs to propose a transition plan if or not if, or however we want to say it, whether or not another vendor is proposed. Because from my understanding, the current vendor does not have a transition plan in place.
Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager. So in the procurement documents, the requirement for a transition plan in general is one of the requirements. So that would occur.
They would put it
in their bid documents.
But I'm saying, because a part of this does mention a transition plan within
Should, keep in mind, the formal transition plan would only occur should a successor entity be selected. So the section 3.6 and below.
It's dependent on a successor entity.
Correct.
If the successor entity is themselves, do they still have to bring back a transition plan?
They wouldn't need to.
They wouldn't need to. I think, and this doesn't have to happen right now, but at some point, the vendor, if it's the same one, needs to have a transition plan for the future, for like later on, I guess.
So one of the items we added, one of the items in the procurement, and maybe through the memo process that we've discussed, that could be clarified a little bit more, but we've asked for transition type programming or planning as part of the procurement document.
Okay.
So that, I think that would address your concern on that.
Okay, that does, yes. That gives me clarity. Thank you.
We're all in? Okay, on B, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show passes unanimously. Reports of the league and MPO representatives.
General meeting is tomorrow for the league. I will be in attendance. I think last time I reported about the meeting that we had. Yes, the directors meeting, so that's it.
MPO representative?
Yeah, the primary element that took place was elections for the executive committee, and I'm proud to let you all know that I've been elected as the at-large executive committee member.
Oh, well done.
Wonderful. Congratulations. They couldn't have picked anyone more capable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it, sir.
I want to report that I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors summer meeting. It was a lot of meetings on a lot of different topics, ranging from water quality to transportation to immigration to homelessness to municipal finance. It was exhausting, but also very exhilarating. Got to speak to a lot of different mayors about things that they're doing in their cities. And one of the things that I wanted to report on is there has in fact been progress made on the item Commissioner Good mentioned about the destruction of screens with PFAS. It involves burning them, but at super high heat. And at that super high heat, very little, if anything, survives of the PFAS. And that is pretty much what the vendors are looking at right now. They basically cremate it. And so the EPA is still looking at regulations along these lines, but there are companies that actually come and pick up the material and they haul it away and they dispose of it in what they consider to be a PFAS efficient way, where it's not released into the ground, into the groundwater, or into the air. This is the information that I received. That information was a question mark last year when I asked the question. They weren't clear. Who knows what they'll say next year? But I wanted to report back because I had it on my things to do list to ask that question. So thank you. Reports of the city manager.
No reports, Mayor.
Reports of the city attorney.
No reports, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, you are recognized for item 42.
Commissioner Rodriguez, side note, 30 minutes in, 0-0. Okay.
It's a good thing she's not recording it, thanks.
90 plus.
Are you recording it? I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Do I read it in?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion of possible action to re-review the proposed ordinance regarding the vote count to hire and to fire the city manager and the acting city manager, which is scheduled for a second reading on August the 5th, 2026, to enable a timely delivery of the fully translated ordinance and the ballot referendum question to the Broward SOE, Supervisor of Elections, as he requires on or before August 18, 2026. After my further research and study and given the tight timeframes to do so, I would like to offer potential substitute language for general discussion with my colleagues now and in advance of the August 5th, 2026 commission meeting to enable our city attorney's office, CAL, to provide a potentially revised ordinance and ballot question to the city commission for consideration either on August 5th, 2026 meeting or even before that time, which would essentially require a 4/5 vote of the commission to terminate a city manager or acting city manager for cause, and 3/5 of the vote for the city commission to terminate either the city manager or acting city manager for convenience. Sorry that this was added after robust discussion tonight, but this is just for consideration that I really, of course, due to sunshine law, we can't discuss outside of here. So I don't mean to extend our meeting. I apologize to the four of you. I'd like, obviously we're under a tight time frame because of the month of July, but also because we have to meet the supervisor's deadline of August 18, and we have to have a second reading. We've had a first. My concern, first of all, I was supportive of the 3/5 and 3/5, and I continue to do so to be in support of it, to hire and terminate. I hate having to use the word fire because I think that's such an ugly word. I think it's terminate, but regardless, this, again, the disclaimer we've always been using is I am not referring to our current city manager, Charles Dodge, whom I respect, admire, and hope he's here for a very long time. This is obviously for future city managers that would be sitting there, or assistant city managers. Why I had and why I would like to hear from my four colleagues. 3/5 to the way I see it, if you bring in a new commission or there's new members of the body that would like to terminate for convenience, meaning as happens in corporations, as happens in governments, we want to go in a different direction. I have no issue with 3/5. My concern as I spoke with attorneys, as I spoke with, city managers in other cities around the state, and some folks that I trust, is if it ever gets to a point where you terminate a manager for cause, in a moment I'm going to ask what the attorney, Mr. Gorin, defines as for cause. And I listen in the community to residents, whether they're my district or elsewhere as well. And my concern is not us five that I have faith in. I'm not saying I won't have faith in future commissions. I'm just simply saying you can't control the next five. My concern is the ability to terminate a future manager with a simple majority and try to apply it as being for cause, because that opens many legal avenues of exposure for the next five that would be up here, or us if that ever, hopefully it never came to it. I asked Mr. Gorin to give me, provide me with some information, some details, and Ms. Noguera, who's over there, also helped me a great deal. And so this is a discussion more than anything. I understand that I wish we could have had this done before, and I apologize that I did not bring it in May or June. But I do want to have that discussion now, because as I understand it, Mr. Gorin, if for cause is violation of a law or a contract, and although that's very clear, my concern is that a future commission with a simple majority could terminate and say it's for cause, when the legal process that is launched as a result of that, if a city manager or assistant or acting city manager, excuse me, were to challenge the termination, and I'm not an attorney, so I apologize that I'm explaining it very in layman's terms, that's a higher bar. Now you're getting legal. Now you're getting into severance. Now you're getting into potentially liability, potential liability. With your permission, colleagues, I just want to ask Mr. Gorin, can you define as best you can for four non-lawyers? I think the mayor would get a kick out of all the legalese, but what would a termination of a city manager, future city manager, for cause be defined as?
May I respond quickly, Mayor?
Yes.
The current charter basically says the following. What it talks about is the on removal language in the charter. The commission may remove the city manager by now a 4/5 vote until otherwise adopted differently by the commission. By a 4/5 vote of all commission members. Upon demand by the manager, a public hearing may be held prior to a final vote on the removal of the city manager. Here's the key phrase. At least 10 days prior to such public hearing, the commission shall present the city manager with a written statement of the reasons for such dismissal. That is the issue of what is the premise, the basis, et cetera, for that potential dismissal. And dismissal can be defined in many ways. Certainly violations of law, certainly violations of a city policy, procedure, guideline, or otherwise a given ordinance. There's a statute that is cited many times in city managers' contracts. It's in Chapter 443. And Chapter 443 speaks about such things as conscious disregard of employer interests. Examples are willful damage to property, et cetera, extreme carelessness or negligence, chronic attendance issues, any number of different factors. The commission gets to fashion the answer, because that the direct report option is one that you have under the charter, including myself, the commission auditor, the finance director, and as well as the manager. So under the current provisions, clause is not specifically defined, but it's defined by how you would create it if you were to terminate that or seek to terminate the employment. Certainly commission of a crime, indictment, any number of different things that could be added. That's not in the charter, and it may well be in the city's personal policies and guidelines, which could be part of your premise to make that decision.
So I didn't mean to launch this on the agenda, but I'm thinking not tomorrow. I'm thinking several years in the future. And I just wanted to have a discussion.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think it makes it a better proposal.
I'd love to hear from all my colleagues.
So I can say, so thank you for giving me a new perspective, because when you introduce those elements of liabilities, you're right, because essentially when it's for cause, you're sending somebody away with nothing. And when it's convenience, you're giving them sort of a parachute on the way out.
Right.
So, and I think that we all should be very, very careful that if we are sending somebody away with nothing, that we need to all be in as much lockstep as possible because of the litigation that come forward. So that was a very good description that you gave. Even though the attorney gave the legal side of it, I understood very clearly where you were going. And so I am in agreement with that. I will want to say one other thing too in regards to all this. I know that you're focused just on the city manager, but when I looked at this, I had an opportunity to take a look at the charter. And the reality is that we have 4 charter positions, employments. We have the city manager, the city attorney, the finance officer, and the auditor. And they all are with the 4/5 vote.
Except if it's a contract. That language contemplates employees. But if it's a contract, it's always 3/5.
Okay, all right. And so, but even still, though, I was looking at that going, why are we being perceived, could we be perceived as being discriminatory in what we're trying to accomplish when we should be applying it to all the charter officers just across the board? But I very much appreciate the presentation, and I am certainly for that. And if my colleagues all agree, I think we should just apply it to all the charter officers.
Definitely makes it better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't vote for the original motion. I think my perspective is, and I mentioned it last time, that one election in this city, including the election that we participate in with 2 commissioners and 1 mayor, can allow for one election to change all of this, and after one election and a new group of people coming in to change the city manager. That's why I wasn't in agreement with it from the beginning. And then I have a slightly different take on the for cause and convenience, and maybe I'm incorrect in it, but the for cause, because there is a contract, they would have to violate the contract. That seems to me non-subjective. There's a list of things that they would have to do in order to get fired for cause. The convenience is subjective. It's based on our perspective, or whomever is on this dais, on our perspective. And I think that should take more scrutiny. That, to me, if I were to change it, but I'm not gonna, because I like the 4/5 as it is. But just to put it out there, if you're going out for something that could be subjective because it's not part of the contract, then there should be more scrutiny in something that isn't subjective, if that makes sense. And then going to what people usually say is like the golden parachute, it should take more votes to give someone benefits if they've done something wrong, from where I'm standing. Like if we decide to terminate someone not because of the contractual things, but because of other things, we just don't like the manager's style, like other things that aren't part of that, they get health benefits. I mean, whatever the contract says, that actually don't know the specifics, but they get all of that. It should be harder for them to get terminated and get all of that than the other side.
Commissioner
But then again, I
Schwartz?
never voted on it, or I voted no on it, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. 15 months ago, a similar question was posed by the public, and the public rejected it. 2 years ago, our Citizen Charter Board rejected it, and it's been rejected for a series of Citizen Charter Board discussions. When there is, and since we're able to speak freely on this item, Commissioner Rodriguez brings up the imbalance of when a mayor runs versus the commission. And she's correct. You could have an imbalance where in the future a mayor comes in with 2 commissioners under the with a wave, and then that mayor is essentially sitting there as a de facto strong mayor, wielding 3 votes. I mean, it's very possible to do that. The public have testified here many times. We heard some of them during the 8 town halls that were recently held, of why the city of Pembroke Pines, as unique as we are, has held the 4/5. As a matter of fact, at one of the town halls, the folks were told that it was 3/5 for all the charter officers, and that is just it's just not true. The city attorney handled it very well, gracefully, didn't embarrass the speaker, but I mean, you can't. We got to make sure that we're putting the fact out there. Vice Mayor Hernandez, I appreciate your you allowing us to talk about this now and not in August. But Commissioner Rodriguez and I voted against placing this potential item on the November election. It was factually the 8 town halls that the commission, the commission approved on first reading. I was a little disappointed that the vote count wasn't described to the people that it was 3-2, because this 3-2, whether or not it goes on the ballot, is really what the public who've spoken to me, and again, some have been in favor of it and some have not, but the 3-2, just getting it onto the ballot shines a spotlight on why I couldn't support it, because the voters have already told us. And they told us in 2012, and they told us in 2024. So, I've gone a step further, and I've looked at the state of Florida is unique. We have ballot access in many different ways that other states don't allow, which I think is a wonderful thing. But the safeguards to prevent politics from hitting a ballot is having a citizen charter review board. and we commission that. And if it's the desire of 3/5 of this commission to have the Charter Review Board reconvene, nothing is stopping 3/5 of the commission to do that. We are commanded by our charter for them to convene in a prescribed number of years. They must meet. But there's nothing preventing us from asking the Citizens Charter Review Board to meet. There hasn't been one person who's come in front of this dais, who's come to the podium to suggest that we move our elections or that we change our charter for our city manager. There has not been one individual who's come forward unless they're speaking.
Hold on, I need clarification.
Unless
Are
they're
you
speaking on
are
the
referring
item.
to vote moving the elections? Because I polled that, it's at 86%. Okay. That's not
Vi-
accurate,
Vi-
so I need to make sure you're on.
Vice Mayor.
Let's not mix, Commissioner.
I-
I was referring to an item regarding the city manager.
Okay.
Please do not interject with information about something completely separate, number one. Number two, that we voted on, and if I'm not mistaken, you voted in favor of moving the elections.
Actually, yes, but you have to put it into
No,
context.
there's not a yes, but. Let's not move. I brought this for everyone to discuss.
May I have the floor?
This has,
please?
no, you may not, because the item that I brought here has nothing to do with moving elections.
I'm letting him go on because I think people get tired of me saying the same thing. Please stay on topic.
This is an example. The discussion item is an example that's coming from this dais. It's not coming from the public. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but the discussion item, I want to be very clear, has nothing to do with moving elections. And I appreciate that. That's why I brought it here, to speak to everyone. I think, and it's very clear, I'm not referring to this commission, this city manager, or future managers, but you have to plan for the future. And legally, I think this is a sufficient way if we have something drawn up, put together in actual language that could, in fact, be put to the voters. Because, you talk about 3/5 commission. I don't know of a more democratic way to govern than putting it to the voters. If they say no, they say no. The sun rises the next day. I just think it's an element that we have to look at, because it is important not to think about 2026, 2027, 2028. It's 2040, it's 2050, and the future. So that's my perspective, because I highly, highly doubt, because he's that unique, that this city, without due respect to anyone who's a future city manager, will have another Mr. Charlie Dodge serving for as long as he has, as effectively as he has. So I'm trying to plan for the future. That is my perspective. Now, I'd like to hear, the thoughts of, I think I know where Commissioner Schwartz is, and Commissioner Rodriguez. To my other two colleagues, is there any?
If I may finish my sentence.
Are you going to be speaking about this, or moving elections, or some other issue? Because I'd like to maintain attention here.
It's on this point. Again, I appreciate you bringing it forward now so that I can prepare my remarks in August, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So to my other colleagues.
So I'd like to, I support the language change, because like I say, I'm speaking from my actual experience with folks, managers, or other who have been in a transition period, and it resonated very well with me, so thank you for that. But I would like to ask if you would accept a friendly amendment that would include all the charter officers to be included in this language.
Legally, I'd have to ask the attorney.
May I respond quickly, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor? To the extent that the mayor and commission would seek to amend the charter to reflect on the city attorney, the finance director, and the commission auditor, they are separate provisions of the charter. They're not one item. They're each individuals.
So it would require 4 ballot questions.
Theoretically, it would because they are separate.
What's the cost for that now?
Yeah, I
retooled
think
it.
we should just stick to the item if it's.
So I withdraw.
All right.
I am in support.
Let me tell you what I think. The first thing is, the charter has always said, for as long as we can remember, that the 4 charter officers are hireable or terminable, dismissible, if you wish to use another word, by 4 votes. But the charter also says that contracts shall be accepted by a majority vote, which leads me to conclude that it's inevitable that the intent of the charter, and this is how I read it, is that the 4 votes for the charter officers only applies if they are employees. But if you hire them by a contract, that section is not applicable. Even though they fill that function, they are a contractor, which is what I referred to, or what I intended to refer to, or what was on my mind when I made the comments. Secondly, the charter board is a great thing for us to have. It would be greater if they weren't politically stacked. However, I support the process of the charter board. This commission has independent authority under the charter to place a item before the people. Whether the charter board likes it or not, whether we call a charter board or not, it is an inherent authority of this dais to do so. Sometimes a charter provision does not pass the first time. It requires a greater explanation over a period of elections. This one, I believe, got like 47, was it, percent? Something along those lines?
I don't remember, but around there.
It was definitely in the 40s. So it just barely didn't make it. This commission operates by majority vote. However, it speaks with one voice with respect to what we direct and what we don't direct. And if a majority of us wish there to be a ballot item on the ballot for that purpose, I mean, it's almost paralleling the point of the of the ordinance. Imagine what would happen if we couldn't muster 4 votes. That position, including the acting, might go vacant for years, forever. Could happen. I'm not saying it's likely to happen. Could happen.
We have the ability, Mayor, as you know.
Yeah.
As you know, in our ordinances, that an interim, a temporary city manager can be hired by 3/5. That's already there.
No, it says by 4.
No, that is a permanent hire, sir.
No, it says the acting city manager. It's in the. Is this correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Look at the ordinance, please.
Look at the ballot question. It says
It's not the ballot.
city manager or acting city manager.
I'm not saying the ballot, Mayor. I'm saying that our charter has 4/5, but our ordinance, in order to hire a temporary individual. See, this is where we can hire a 3/5.
This is why I take. This is a precise reason why I take my advice from people that went to law school, because what it says there.
I take my advice from people who passed the bar.
Yeah, and that's what we have there.
That's what I do. Pass the bar.
That's what we have there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that don't crash planes. And so what we do is we listen to what the city manager tells us. And what the city manager has told us is it's 3/5 for an acting, and it's 3/5 for a city manager, correct? Excuse me, 4/5.
4/5.
Correct, for both. So this is potentially an unworkable situation. I'll give you another example. We just went through a process to hire, to hire a city commissioner. It only required 3 votes. There were 4 of us here. But it required 3 of us. And so that's what We did. So it takes 3 votes to place a commissioner and fill a vacancy, but it should take 4 for a member of the staff? So,
But in that, doesn't it only take 3 because there's only 4 on
okay,
there?
but
Percentage-wise,
Commissioner,
it would be.
what I'm saying is, I understand that, and I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is, if we wish to place this before the voters, we have that right, and we have the reason, and that's it. That's what democracy is. Not everybody gets it that way. Trust me, I know from experience. Not everybody gets it the way they think it's right. So, but you have to respect it. I remember in 2005, I was serving with 4 colleagues who felt that they wanted a bond issue. I had deep and serious questions about it, but I knew that the 4 of them were going to be for it, and I felt that I should put my doubts aside for the purpose of having a united front. To me, that's what being a team player was about. And so I worked with the city manager quietly, and I dealt with that issue, and I asked my questions, and over time I felt comfortable about it. Where we are sitting right now would not have happened if we had the inability to come together and separate issues and figure out a way to move forward. That's how I felt about it. I don't make aspersions or whip somebody figuratively for having a different view. I'm just saying that's how I would do it. I believe that the vice mayor's motion makes this a better item. And I can see where reasonable people would have different points of view about it. But I do also see where this is a pathway that could avoid what could be a very difficult problem. And if the people elect 3 people to come up here, maybe the reason they're electing it is because they want change in their day-to-day leadership. So I think that the better way is just to put it in front of the people and let them decide.
So on that note, what I'm trying to figure out is what exactly would I move, Mr. Gorin?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize you were back there. What exactly would I move to try to have a second?
I see you.
To try to move forward with this, to have it, again, this is not predetermined. We would have a second reading in August where perhaps 3 or 4 of us say no, actually. We don't know, but what this is about isn't, hey, this is going on the ballot right now. It's about an additional option that is added into what is a very complicated process that I hope the city never has to go through.
Well, you just make your motion, and the motion would be to change the ballot language consistent with your item. It would have to be a second, and it would need to get 3 votes.
So
I see your hand, Jack. I see your hand. I am.
Is it appropriate to make that motion now?
Yes.
Okay. I move that we add to the proposed ballot amendment, charter amendment for the ballot in November of 2026, language that is consistent with what I am proposing here this evening.
In your item.
In my item.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, you understand the motion?
Second.
I do.
The motion has been made and seconded. There's a member of the public that wishes to speak. Please come forward. Your name and address for the record, though we all know you. You got to press the button there. The one that says talk.
Green.
Green.
Okay.
You're on.
Jack McCluskey, 2241 Northwest 82nd Way. Excuse me if I shake because it's freezing out here and I can't hear Tom. but I have a hearing problem. So
Go right ahead.
I want to give you a little bit of history. I've been on the charter board twice. Second time around, Paul Girillo was our chair. He passed away. And,
He was a big fan of Ben Fiorentino Park.
pardon?
He was a big fan of Ben Fiorentino Park, as you recall. Thank you.
Exactly.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, without sidewalks.
Anyway, we never even discussed.
Yeah.
No one brought it up.
Right.
No one from the commission obviously contacted anybody that sat on the board. And that was before and the first one I was on. I don't recall that we even discussed on the first charter board I was on as to whether or not we wanted 4 votes or 3 votes. I can tell you as the city's historian that we had, and I checked the records, we had 14 city managers in the first 11 years of the city's existence. And that was probably the original reason for this to be brought up. We have had Charlie Dodge for 37 years. We've had Woody Hampton, who is Charlie's predecessor, for 14 years. And before that, we had the 14 city managers in 11 years. I would just like to say that, and what Angelo has said about you can have, the commission can make the decision, or the charter board. Charter board now only, I believe, is supposed to meet every 5 years.
10, I think it is now, right?
I,
Is it 10? I think it is. Yeah, it's 10 now.
okay, 10. So, but my point is that you guys can do it whenever you want. Doesn't matter. And I don't have a problem with that. But I would like to say that it does take the most powerful person in the city, and that's the city manager, to make or break the city. And we survived for 60 some odd years so far. We're still going to, no matter what. But I'd like to see us have a supermajority on the commission that decides yay or nay. And it doesn't matter whether you have your election that elects 2 people or 3 people. 2 can kill a city manager, and it has happened. I'd appreciate your vote. And Mr. Hernandez, I'd like to see your revision. I don't think it makes a difference as to whether or not the city manager has a cause or not. I don't think that has ever made any difference
Thank you very much.
to the commission.
Although we disagree, I do appreciate your service and to our city. And the fact that you came out here in a very, very long meeting. I apologize about the temperature in the room. I can't control that, guys. It's cold.
You picked a lousy time to have.
I apologize, but I do want to say, although we disagree, I really appreciate your service to our city, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
You had asked a question which I didn't get a chance to answer, but I'll answer it real quickly. If,
Yeah.
if the commission this evening adopts a motion to amend an ordinance that's not before you, the ordinance that will be before you is the one that you've approved on first reading, which converts 4/5 to 3/5 for both the manager and the acting manager for hiring and firing. That's the fact. It's a legal fact. That's on the agenda for August the 5th for a second reading. If you adopt the motion this evening to modify the language to provide for a 3/5 vote for termination and hiring for convenience and 4/5 vote of the commission for cause, then we will bring back some language for that second reading, which will be insertable if the commission adopts it at the time. You're not amending an ordinance tonight. You're simply taking a direction of the vice mayor's request.
That's correct.
To have it available for August the 5th. And I say this with great earnest for three reasons. We have a supervisor of elections who's made some very specific requirements of you. We need to get a ballot to him by the 18th of August.
Yes.
Set on the record. We need the city clerk after August the 5th to get a translator to translate the final version of that ordinance to get it to the supervisor by the 18th. So working backwards, I will take, if you take action this evening to change the language, which we can do limitedly, modifying the convenience issue and adding that language, we'll bring it to you on the 5th or before, obviously, for consideration, and we'll work together. But there's an outside date that if we don't meet that date, we have a problem with getting it to the voters.
Yes, sir, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Anyone against?
No.
Okay, it passes 3-2. So, City Attorney, you have your direction.
We do.
The next item is on old business. Mr. Dodge wanted a presentation on North Perry Airport. Mr. Bonilla. This
Sir.
is a presentation.
So no, this is just an update on the initiatives that at North Perry Airport.
Right.
As you saw on June 10th, there was a letter that was provided by Karen Richards from a letter that was sent to the city manager from Kevin Keller, our deputy county administrator, where they pretty much provided an update as to where they're at with what they stated they were going to do, which is a safety assessment study and a lead emission screening component. So in this letter, as attached, is an update to that. In addition, there was also a request to provide additional information that was attached to the Monday night memo, where they was requested to provide updates to the total amounts as to these particular studies. That information was provided for the lead emission screening. There's a total approximate cost between $273,000 and $281,000. For the airport safety assessment, which is a more comprehensive assessment, it ranges between $445,000 and $499,000. These components are still going through the procurement process, but these are the numbers that we have so far as of right now. It's page 21 of the Monday night memo.
Yeah, this, I just want to make it clear. So we received a letter from Kevin Kelleher, who is a deputy county administrator. The letter was written to City Manager Dodge, and it copies our county commissioner, myself, and staff. And it basically says that the safety assessment study that the county is performing through a consultant will begin. It will take 12 months to complete. And they have agreed to allow me to meet with that consultant before they begin so that I can share with them the perspective of Pembroke Pines. In addition, a lead emission screening will be done of the air as a follow-up to EPA's finding that North Perry Airport has one of the most lead-contaminated airspaces in the United States for a general aviation airport. And they're going to test the air, and I will likewise be meeting with them personally to convey the concerns of the city before they begin. This will be 100% paid for by county.
Correct.
The city is not contributing funds toward this. They are the landlord there, and this is their responsibility. And there is also a North Perry Airport Community Advisory Committee, which was reconstituted, where 7 of the 10 members have already been appointed by the new committee. and it's expected that the remaining members will be appointed soon. I would like to know when they meet.
Sure.
I don't have an interest in being a member of this committee, but I may be in the room when they meet. So that's something that I would ask you to do. And the purpose of this report is to make sure that everyone in the city of Pembroke Pines knows what's going on with this airport. And with that, I want to thank you all for... Yes.
TICO update. I'm pleased to report that on a weekly basis, I'm having extensive conversations with TICO. We have one. They have one phase completely done. Actually, 2/3 of the project, the old lines are now dead, meaning that they're complete. The last phase is approximately 57% complete. The initial assessment, when I raised the concern a few weeks ago, there were approximately 1,000 homes that TICO was servicing. 13% of those homes had complaints. 13%. So when I was, I guess, roughed up a little bit and challenged that night, that there wasn't an idea of what was going on, the residents who I represent, I said there was an issue. As a result of me leaning into the microphone and demanding more, TICO's responded, and I cannot thank them enough in the way that they responded. As a matter of fact, I want to specifically reach out to, just want to acknowledge George and the amount of work that he's put in to oversee from the city side of things as they get to the finishing stages of the project. We anticipate, I go we again, TICO anticipates having the completion late Q3, early Q4, as long as there isn't any kind of a weather delay. But they heard, they watched, they responded, and I'm thankful for that. So over the summer, like I said, I have weekly scheduled meetings with TICO, and so when we get back from break, if there's anything significantly enhanced other than what I've told you this evening, I'll bring it forward accordingly. Thanks.
I want you to know that the CEO of TICO was present at my induction into the Senior Hall of Fame here in Broward County, which is a sort of two-sided honor. But and he and I had a long chat about Pembroke Pines, and he assures me that each and every household received a written letter before the work began, and that his customer service people are available to assist and are assisting each and every one of the people who encounter a problem, as you've just said. And that's standard operating procedure at TICO. And when you dig a hole, there's going to be dirt. And when you fill it up, there's going to be a need for some sod. And when you put in a new pipe that carries gas, I wish I had one in front of my house, all it does is make a better and safer neighborhood. And I likewise am thankful to TICO for doing that. I wish that they would find a business plan to bring natural gas into every community in Pembroke Pines.
So I asked that question, and here's the answer I got. Consumption. Like the amount of consumption, since we're not northeast where we're using like heat, gas for heat, it's a return on investment. I also asked, like, where does the gas come from? And without getting into too much of the security side of it on live TV, there's 3 places that the gas comes into the state of Florida. But they did acknowledge that they had some issues and they appreciated the fact that we were able to work through that in a collaborative and a cooperative way.
That's true.
When I raised it, so.
Yeah, but the representation was that we weren't supplementing their lack of outreach. And what he assured me was that each and every home, on each and every block, in each and every case, received a notice. Maybe they misplaced it. Maybe they forgot about it. I don't know. But every single home received a notice telling them, we're going to be installing new gas lines. Here's a number that you can call if you have a problem. Here's basically when we're coming, though you can't nail us down to those dates because this is a little fluid. Here's a number you can call. Here's a website you can visit. And I was assured that by the CEO of TECO. So I'm glad that that progress is being made and the
Things are getting
community is getting better.
Hell of a lot better, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.